Greetings, my excellent friends. We are coming down on Disco Elysium. I don't know how much is left. This is week 9, which is a lot for 5 to 6 hour streams, though more 5.5 is how I've mostly been running it. I don't know if we'll finish today, but I don't think we have 2 full streams in us. So if we don't finish today, I don't know what I'm going to do next Saturday, whether I'm going to do a shorter stream or change games halfway through. It depends on how much time I've got left, but I may take advantage of doing a shorter stream because I'll be doing Vampire the Masquerade next Sunday as well, and I might want to take the extra prep time. So we'll see what happens. Tonight will give us our first indication, and we'll figure it out from there. Oh wait, no, I don't show you the game yet because I need to set up the extension connection. I need to type something in while you can't see me. Well, you can see me, but I am all you can see. Yes? Yes. Twitch integration. There we go. Now I can remove the veil of secrecy and allow you to gaze upon the majesty of the whirling as soon as my OBS catches up. There we go. So, I need to remember where I'm at. I'm standing in front of the cryptozoologists, so that implies to me that we just finished with them. Yes, but we do need to keep looking for the Insulindian Phasmid, restock the trap we left empty before. We are at least going to have to stall until the end of today, even if we do reach the point where we might want to continue the main plot. We won't be able to because we'll have to wait till tonight and get our gun back. We need to talk to the library and track down the information on this dead body, but we can't yet because fucking controller's doing it again. What's this? Two weeks ago, Disco Elysium did not recognize this controller at all. Now it suddenly does. I wonder what effect that'll have on other games, because the games that I've been playing don't really use this touchpad, and I'm wondering if this touchpad has a fault, which is why it's moving. I really should check that before I start, for example, Watch Dogs 2. I'm not sure if that's next, but if it is, it won't be if my controller doesn't work. Hold on to the spirits and wait for the signal, that's not important. Ask about Ruby in the village, that's the main one we're in the middle of. Yeah, I don't know how to check Boardwalk for bullet traces. I forgot about this. How do I check Boardwalk for bullet traces? Because I've been up and down the boardwalk. Let me check Boardwalk for bullet traces. What a weird thing to put into Google, but yeah, here's a Reddit post. I give up. How do you check the boardwalk for bullet traces? Oh, I see. It gets done automatically. Okay, so that's right. Right, that's fine. I think I now that I think about it, I think I looked at that and found that answer before. I just forgot. Apparently, the quest description here is misleading because how it doesn't. Because yeah, what threw me is that I've checked Land's End, and I checked Land's End by going to the spot, and there was a little orb that popped up that had us think about it, and so you would assume that there'd be a similar one for the other 2 places. Don't know how to reach the island, but The boardwalk we've been on, but no, it works differently. Okay. The only armor piece we have left is the helmet. One could say the chest piece, but there is no chest piece. Not the chest piece, the leg piece. There are gloves, boots, a helmet, and the chest piece. There's no leg coverage in the armor. And find the murder weapon, but that's gonna be its own thing. So yeah, the main thing we need to do is wait until the middle of the night, restock the trap, and call the public library. Except for that one entire chunk of story that we haven't started yet. Because believe me, there is an area that we have not properly explored. Two, in fact, but they're connected. So the first thing we'll do is read a book, because I want to get. I don't want to leave this. No, actually, we can do the traps. I'd like to get it to 10 a.m. so I can do this fucking library thing. I guess with fast travel it doesn't matter actually. Luna, how you doing? How fares the moon? I probably should have travelled to the church, actually. I don't really have a reason to be here. But let's just check the other traps, because I can't remember which one was empty. I think it was the original one, actually. Or was it the close one? Did I go to the canal last? Which was the last trap? I think it was the one at the canal, actually. You finally got the sun in the Netherlands. A few months later than normal. That's a while. We've gotten winter earlier than scheduled. Nobody asked for that, but we got it anyway. We've also got a COVID lockdown. That's delightful, but much needed. Holy shit! Wow! It's been so long. I don't think we've had one of those like this year. Damn it. Land's End, the northern tip. That was the bloody empty one. Well, thank you for reminding me. When was the last time you had to do that, Guan? Because it was not recent. Sort of impressed. I thought they'd finally given up. But no, no, no. The bot revolution continues. Exactly as the trap here. Northern tip, but it's not actually there, is it? Here it is. The reeds dance slowly around the empty trap. The trap's netting trembles. No insect sounds or movement anywhere. Release the locusts. Dazed from being transported, they slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When can we get to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation? Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
Restocked the trap. Now report to Lena in the Whirling. Okay, so we don't have to check them. We have to go to Lena. Let's get in front of the church and then do that. I'd rather take care of loose ends before we... direct our focus. Snip, your humming sucks. Oh, that's interesting. Something has changed here. Why are you sitting on this bench, Gaston? And where's your friend?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
The jolliness is gone from Gaston's face.
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where is Renee?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face. Gone where?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt.
I wasn't expecting that pronunciation. I don't think I've ever heard that word pronounced that way. It's like Kurt. It's like Curtis, but with a different consonant. He can't do it. Who can't what? Not really, I don't. For myself, it rhymes with runt. It's true. There are Aussies who stretch out the ah, but do not equate me with them. How did he die, exactly?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time.
The problem with this scene is that it's meant to be touching. But the voice actor is so bad that it's just not. He's like there's something really off about the way this guy talks. He's reading from his script and he's pausing every 2 seconds to read the next 3 words, and then he says them. I can't get past that. It's really bad.
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the cockatoo uniform I saw him in all the time.
Like, the emotion ain't there.
Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that...
He falls silent and looks at you, eyes filling up with tears.
Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Something forgettable, like see you tomorrow?
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
You know, Gaston, if you were in my stream chat, I'd have to ban you for this language. Alright, the only time he delivered it well was that last one. He lived and he died. That line was delivered well, but every other time it was just like, oh, this could have been so much funnier if you had gotten somebody who could act. No one swears like Gaston, no one cares like Gaston. What happened to his medal?
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to remember that old cunt by something.
Stop saying it! Jesus Christ! How many? Okay, I want to count it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the car, so come on, let's ride. Jesus. No, 6, 6. He said it twice here. 6. Jesus. Ah. Strange how the term of endearment that he keeps using sounds almost gentle when he says it now. 7 if you count rhetoric, but he's just quoting. Here, something to remember your friends by. Give him the photograph of Renee and the girl.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny...
Eyes blurry with tears, he has to stop.
I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
I offer my sincere condolences, or old people die, you better get ready too. What do you think, chat? Shall I do a vote for this one? 5 or 6. It'll let you choose 1 and to 4 as well, but they don't count since we've already done them. Go on. Sincere condolences or get ready to die, old man. My god. Okay, so who's the nice person out of the 4 of you that voted? Who's the one nice person? Go on, Bush. Yeah, alright. Old people die. You better get ready too.
Yes.
A strange expression runs across his wrinkled face and then vanishes without trace. He finds comfort in the thought. Oh, there you go.
We all got to go sometime, officer. Everyone I love is already there. Probably waiting for me. I'm not afraid to die. It's been a good run, and I really miss my friends.
We are both very sorry for your loss. Death of a friend is a terrible thing.
It is what it is. Part of life. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. Yes? What about René?
Oh, we can do both actually. We can be nice as well.
Yes.
It is what it is. I just don't know.
He says the same shit. Alright, so that is why I was so desperate to get everything done with them earlier, because this always happens on day 5. Morning of day 5, you will always find Gaston sitting alone. It's unrelated to anything you do in this game. You can see that René has heart trouble. I think we did. But you can't do anything about it. You can't warn him. You can't change a thing. You will always wake up dead on day 5, and he will be gone. Did I ever do this thing? I didn't. Slipstream SCA. This is the one where we thought someone was talking to us. It's kind of lost its luster because it was so long ago, but let's try it. If you could increase my psyche to make this less likely to fall flat on its ass. One in 5 chance of failure, so naturally we fail again. Alright, never mind, we'll never get this one. Jesus. Quite a few that are available, but not as many as you'd think. Like, we could look at the set of tracks, but that's not important. There's the ice cream maker one, but that's actually... we need a tool for that, it won't work even if it's open. The mirror we don't want. Oh, actually interfacing, I think that one's unrelated to the expression. We don't want measure head. We don't want that mirror check. We don't want the wash basin check. I don't think the map wall check works anymore, and the Feld mural is important. We're waiting for that one. What have we not got? Electronic doorbell is the one we just failed. Trash container doesn't matter anymore. Here's that novelty dice maker one, Shivers. How much skill points do I have? I have 4. Let's take that. Let's reconstruct the move. We already know what happened here. This was my car. Jesus Christ. Okay. Never mind. Can we at least pass the dice maker check? Yeah, this one in here. Pry bar not strong enough. Minus 20. We're not supposed to do that one until we get something else, and we've thus far not come across it. If we go all the way up here into this dingy old building, we can at least... I don't know that that works. There's a few checks like that that don't work properly. Oh, I need my flashlight. They dangle the possibility of a 6-6, but I don't know if it actually works. It's like the impossible door. I've been told that that doesn't open even if you pass it.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You know, I'm aware that what she's saying there is, I am a dice maker and I will make you a dice. But there... I can't help but wonder if maybe she has a poor grasp of grammar and is actually politely asking if we would like to be murdered. Wanna die? Yeah. Alright. we're not actually in good shape for this one. I don't know. Do I have Shiver's outfit? It's just a really tough check. I've got a lot of Shivers. There's this scarf. We need to remember that we took the tie off, everybody. Let me just put the stuff that I want to put back on up here. We must not live long without the tie. The tie is our Jiminy Cricket if Jiminy Cricket just wanted Pinocchio to do drugs a lot.
Oh, it's you again.
There we go, that's
Are
better.
you looking for a die?
You could increase my physique if we want to make this even more likely. Yes, I'm looking for a die. Alright, we actually passed one. A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment it feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere. This is still just a theory, but hear me out. Oh, we got a double 6! I think I know why your business hasn't failed.
Didn't we already talk about this?
She asks as the wind continues to seep in through the cracks in the old chimney. It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No. The old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture, its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city. This used to be a coal plant. You're in the chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
She looks around the makeshift nest she's carved out for herself, bewildered.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
It has a different address in the heart of the city.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces. No one's really ever safe from the failure. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face. What?
Do you know what this is?
She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. Looks like a regular piece of jewelry to me.
It's a mourning ring.
Oh.
I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Hey, don't call it a dump. You've made it nice and cozy in here.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world.
She picks up a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the light.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Thank you for giving me a thought. The precarious world. Temporary research bonus. All red checks fail. Nah, mate. Seems like the point of this game is victory. The absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings. Victory in love and over other people. political victory, ideological victory, hell, even sexual victory. Definitely a lot of object-based victories too, having things and not losing them. One problem, though. There's not a lot of victors in sight. Everyone's mostly losing. Why is that? And how do you not lose? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are ones to get rid of. Like, I did want to get rid of one more door. But I don't know that I want this. Really? Doesn't sound that interesting compared to some of the others. Like, I think I've done it before once. I don't quite remember what it gives you on succeeding, though. But if you're that curious, you can always look it up, because I don't think I'll be internalizing it myself. It doesn't look like we'll get to 10 AM. It was 10, not 9, right? If I try to talk to the library, they won't let me in.
This is Precinct 57. I'm afraid that...
We should...
10 fucking... Oh god, not you. Wait, hang on.
Precinct... Right.
I found my badge, Jules!
Fireworker, over. 10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Roger that, 10-10.
Jules agrees. Beer. Critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1. Yeah, that doesn't sound that... Because that only matters if you have a 3% chance, right? I guess the failure thing, if that's lowered by 1, does that mean there is no always fail if you're high enough? Does that mean that rolling 2 1s is fine? I guess that can help, but that's also very rare. It sounds good. That sounds good when you first look at it, but like it triples your chance for a critical success. Yeah, but a critical success doesn't do anything special. All the only time critical success matters is when your skills are too low to succeed any other way. Because then it's the only chance you've got. So that thought is there to help your absolute worst skills. Because this isn't a TTRPG, you don't get crit bonuses. It's just that you succeed in a way that the maths say you shouldn't. Anyway, we'll report to Lena in the whirling. Curious that it's Lena and not Morel. Wasn't there a check with you?
Hi again, Gendarme.
Composure.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Let's try this one. Oops! I didn't mean to do that. Revert. 1. I don't want to put 2 points into it.
Hi again, Gendarme.
58%
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
chance. Okay. What can I do for my composure? That's a minus. I've already got a +2, actually. I might have the composure gear on already. But can I do anything more? further we get into this game, the longer it takes to go through all this bloody outfit, because I can't remember what half of them do. Alright, no, we can't do anything better for our composure, unless we've got a minus that we happen to be wearing. No. Okay.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Motorix. Add to my Motorix. This check is to basically psychoanalyze the smoker on the balcony. Figure out, why is this fellow the way he is? What is it about the way he carries himself? He's so different, so mysterious. Let's see if we can figure it out. Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yep. This man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them homos with my own eyes. This sexual thing seems interesting. Ask around. Become involved. Are you part of the homosexual underground?
The homosexual underground?
The smoker sits up immediately, his eyes wide with amused surprise. A honeyed smile lingers on his lips.
Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
What do you think, chat? Should we investigate the homosexual underground? Do we want to hear more? Or do we just want to know whether he's one of them? God. Don't let me down, chat. Vote with your heart. 50% of you aren't fun. Wow. Like, straight down the middle, okay. Topaz, hello. We are exploring the homosexual underground. God damn it. I will forge ahead regardless of this 50-50 split.
Oh, it's a pleasure group.
Hmm.
A sub rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about Thursday night?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
He lowers his voice conspiratorially and looks around. But why do you convene? What do you do?
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage.
No, Guanbush, he has a Sunday friend. An insufferable Sunday friend who I would like to yeet into the sun, but nonetheless, he is not the Sunday... I suppose he is the Sunday friend's Sunday friend, if we want to vice versa this. But the Sunday friend is a more of an identity thing that belongs to the other man. The smoker on the balcony is not only not named the Sunday friend, but is also a lot more tolerable than the and no doubt a lot more tolerant than the Sunday friend. Anyhow,
everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
But I like knowing who I am.
But do you also like the razzle-dazzle of gold? Do you like parties and discos and having fun under the vibrant lights of Saturday night? Because instead of the traditional family unit, we're going to have all this razzmatazz. And mysteries, of course, too. Mysteries of sexual nature, very esoteric. And disco music and drugs.
Okay, so either the rest of that's gonna appear when I hit continue, or this voice actor just went hard. Like, turns out the agenda smashes not only the socio-political barriers, but also the barriers of writing itself. The very concept of the written word is being grabbed and smashed against the wall to see what shakes out.
Because instead
Oh,
of
never
the
mind, here it is.
traditional family unit, we're going to have all this razzmatazz. And mysteries, of course, too. mysteries of sexual nature, very esoteric. And disco music and drugs.
I do like disco. Maybe I should get into this.
You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it.
What if I can't remember whether I'm in or not? What if I can't remember anything about my life aside from the fact that I like disco?
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed.
He circles his hands around you.
I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
Okay. Okay, I have to think about it.
Do think about it, officer.
He starts laughing, leans back against the counter. This is going to be like a 20-hour mind project. That's a lot. I don't actually know if we have that much. 20 hours at least.
Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasma erotique afterwards. Then it may be 20 hours, or more, but that would be on your own time. Oh good. How long is it actually then? 8 hours. That's still a lot, but we're going to have to wait at least that long because we need to recover our gun. So that's fine. We now have the thought, homosexual underground. You see mysterious strangers in the night, leaning against unlit doorways, engaged in hushed conversation, a shadowy cabal exchanging looks, whispering in dark alleys and unmarked locales, a radical cell conspiring against the state, and perhaps even against man and woman. Was that a secret handshake? What's going on? Who are these sinister people? How will they accomplish their sinister and world-altering goals? And most importantly, are you one of them? You could be. Maybe you forgot. Speaking of forgetting, one more dawn, one more day, one more door. Fuck off. Let us ruminate on the homosexual underground. Harry is a character, though. I feel like the answer is probably no, he's not one of them, considering how much of his memories revolve around an ex-wife.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar face.
I restocked the empty trap. Where's morale? Is there a bisexual middle ground? Possibly. See, that's the thing. If it wasn't like... If the thought itself wasn't specifically focused on homosexuality, then it'd be like, you know, sure. But by its nature, that's the one that excludes the stuff that Harry's memories would imply, so probably not. Doesn't mean he's straight, just he's probably not gay. I restocked the empty trap. Where's Morel?
Thank you for doing that, dear.
She manages a smile for you. Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
Only the hardcore players left, huh?
Yes. Field work is a young person's game, as they say.
So who's going to check the traps?
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud, doesn't say anything. Something tells me it's up to me again.
No, you don't have to do that. Enough of this fool's errand. Morel will do it. Or Gary. You have work to do. I've wasted enough of everyone's time.
Once more unto the breach!
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Fuck that cough, it's not happening. The insides of your lungs are lined with tobacco, a powerful antibacterial agent. You are unstoppable. Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up. Snip, you are now imagining the underground as a subway train with a Japan-styled separate... That's not good, Snip. Lena, what's wrong? You seem different.
Different? How?
The half-moons of her glasses reflect you as she looks up at you. Japan has women-only carts? That's... Oh, as in, like... They have... Like, here is a place where men can't go where you can be safe, not... The women have to go here, and only here. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's less bad sounding. I was... You made it sound like segregation sort of thing, which... but, creating a safe place, especially on a subway where, yeah, no, that makes more sense. Okay. Once again, Snip, your mind goes into a very strange, difficult to understand place, and it takes me about 5 minutes to arrive on the same solar system, let alone planet or postcode. Okay, you're not telling me the whole story.
I'm not. It's not that.
She doesn't know how to end the sentence. What is it?
It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
I am? Oh, yeah.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
Hunching her shoulders now, she seems even smaller than she is. Like a sad young girl.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real? Or not? But Morell told me you'd seen it. You also told me.
Morell's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
Kingdom Hearts would have hit differently if the main character was wheelchair-bound, I think. A terrible sting in the heart. Regret. You seemed to really believe it happened. Doesn't that count for something?
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morell was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the phasmid's existence that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too. But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook but doesn't write anything. See, this is why, by the way, this is why I didn't take the precarious blah blah, because this would have fucking sucked. He's hiding. These things are tough on him. Matters of love, not violence or deceit. First, tell her that her marriage has not been a lie. Let's work on my psyche. This is a rough one. We are more likely to succeed than we are to fail, but we only get one shot. And I think the fact that it says first means that if I don't pick it now, I don't pick it ever. So let's just give it a throw. We should have 72. Yeah, 72% chance. Hopefully. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care. And I need something good here. All qualities these two seem to share in abundance. Wrong or not, your relationship with Morell isn't just about the phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple. If I hadn't led him down this path, He could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Normally when I think about stuff like women and marriage, I feel bad. When I think about you and Morel, I feel okay. That counts for something, no? Let's be more focused on them. Morel hated lecturing. You convinced him to do something real in this world.
But if the dream comes to naught, what good is it? No, the thing is,
She looks down at her legs.
I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived, on our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists, if I didn't tell him that story...
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking. Wow, love is hard! He'd still be into you. That's not how these things work. Now I understand why you haven't told him about your doubts. Love is hard, or the telltale ellipsis. What does chat think is the appropriate response here? We'll poll the class and see what people want me to say. Yeah, I like option 1 personally, but we're torn between that and love is hard. We'll be nice. He'd still be into you. That's not how these things work.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must stop talking about it lest I start crying and waste more of your time. What you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad. Thing is, you're not sure you made it up either.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it, you know. The real memory. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
Sure you don't need help getting to Gary's?
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
Not so bad. You do that. I'll check the traps one more time.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel.
No one can stop you from finding the phasmid. Can I have your address, just in case there's news?
Okay, it's 1113 Tabernacle Road, Jamrock, but...
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it. The rest of it is pretty grim. Thanks for bringing some light.
You're welcome, sweetie. I'm glad it helped you, even though it turned out to be a...
The sentence remains unfinished as she flicks a switch on her chair and the engine turns on with a whir. A waste of time? A dream? A fool's hope, say her lips moving in silence. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly. Quietly? Is this the fucking Michael Gambon's Dumbledore of gas engines? Because that was not quiet. As she gets to the doors and then pushes them open. Outside, it's snowing.
We should go too.
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes the Fell building, rattling dusty windows, beckoning with strange coldness. To ask the wind once more. 23 minutes before we can talk to the library. Let's read a book. We'll just read a book. We'll read A Man from Helmdall, because we skipped those. Helmdaller Man! The Man from Helmdall! Harry! Did you give the child the odd amphetamine? Kim. Lieutenant Kim asked calmly. On the frontispiece, an anatomically unrealistic muscle man is reaching into a mountain stream, yearning to touch his glimmering mirror image. His eyes are full of childlike wonder. On the blood-soaked snow right next to him lie two giant Zweihanders. I guess I better have 4 hands then. This is the sword version of the Gunzerker. We could check the traps. That won't take much time. Like, it'll take time, physically, but it won't take much game time, because walking doesn't do anything for me. The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Helmdall standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His 2 Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X, their blades dripping with gore. Hell yeah! Behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters the title, Helmdaller Man! The Man from Helmdall! unfurls like a banner. In the foreground, a nearly nude woman lies spread in supplication, her privates strategically covered by her flowing black hair. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. Quick! Find someone or something that needs to be gutted, beheaded, and impaled on a spike! Look at the back cover. The back blurb reads, His latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Helmdall saga. Meet Man from Helmdall, his faithful blood brother Tyrbald, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most fearsome foes yet. For the Northlands, for Helmdall! Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical, adapted from Man from Helmdall and the Necromancer's Treasure, Man from Helmdall, Lord of Hrothgar, and Man from Helmdall, the Curse of Nachtthera. Read the first couple of pages. The story opens in media res. The man from Helmdall and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army of gibbering wights led by the deathless necromancer. One by one, the brave Northmen fall to the relentless crush of undead, only to join their number as reanimated corpses. By nightfall, only the man from Helmdall and his blood brother noble Tyrbald are left standing against the dead horde. "It is an honor to die by your side, brother!" Tyrbald cries as his battle-axe beheads one of their reanimated comrades. Wow, they're in trouble now. "Nein, Tyrbald!" the man from Helmdall bellows over the army of flesh and bone. "Have courage! For the Northlands! For Helmdall!" He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice bear whirling twin Zweihanders, Sturm und Drang, he plows through the ranks of one of the deathless, surrounding the necromancer, and with deadly finesse his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse like rag dolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the 2 Northmen stand alone in the accursed temple, where the bodies of their lost brothers litter the floors. Skip ahead. A few chapters later, the man from Helmdall and Tyrbald are in a completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments. The book makes a mockery of the very idea of good plotting, though something tells you coherence was never the point. The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Helmdall to rid his kingdom of the Nachtthera, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls for demonic powers. The man from Helmdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge. There should be like a parody of this sort of thing where like the king offers his daughter's hand, and then, like, the berserker anti-hero, like, chops her hand off and takes it with him as a trophy. Like, hey, I got this from a king! Woo! That's not what I meant! Don't care, bye! Hold on, why is the man from Helmdall doing any of this? What do you mean? Why is he doing all of this? Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. Because above all he's driven to bring honour to the name of his beloved Helmdall. Because his noble Catlan blood lusts for glory and conquest. It cannot be denied. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Is there anything else to his character? He is the man from Helmdall, forged in the fury of battle. Death was his sire, and blood his dam. He had but 14 winters when he left his frigid homelands in Katla to seek glory and honour. That is his character. He doesn't even have a real name. What is inside this man? Or is muscle and bone all he is? Muscle and blood and something and something. Hey, nothing wrong with muscle and bone. The point is, why should you care about this character? Does he have any... Sorry, why should you care about this character? Does he have any inner conflicts? Unspoken motivations? A tragic flaw, perhaps? Exactly. Where's the tension inside him? He is the wildest man alive! Somebody never played Throne of Lies with Wild Dog, but okay. The only mortal strong enough to wield the twin Zweihanders, Sturm und Drang, whose names mean storm and... Yes, I get that. What does Drang mean? I don't know. He's strong and he has big swords, but why should I care about his character? What are you, a book critic? Actually, yes, I'm a goddamn art cop. Enough! You're ruining the pacing of the story. Now, where did you leave off? Ah, yes. What pacing? You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey from Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yezdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Nachthera's dire hall. In the centre of the great hall stands a blood altar, on which a pair of Nachthera are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy rite that empowers the Nachthera forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nachthera's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. This is what you came for, isn't it? A climactic bloodletting, where men are reduced to muscle and fury. Swiftly the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheath glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Helmdall, and his valiant blood brother Theobald! Well, yeah, who else would it be? In an instant the Nachthera summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with steaming orcanoid viscera. Oh, for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Helmdall and Theobald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nachthera. The man from Helmdall's sodalite blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. "For the Northlands!" he cries, rushing headlong into a desperate melee. "Cut him up, Helmdaller man!" He probably is, but you can't be sure, because this one ends at a cliffhanger and a footnote saying, "To be continued in Helmdaller Man and the Gates of Tomorrow. Coming soon to your local bookstore." Considering the sheer amount of different Helmdaller Man books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever going to find the sequel. The man from Helmdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim resolve. Well, there is another one. The man from Helmdall and the Devil Woman. We can save that for later. We need to go follow up and identify a dead body. A good author could make something interesting for his lack of character. There's real potential behind the complete lack of a name. Yes, perhaps you can give him a journal to update, and perhaps you can place him into a strange world, a kind of dimensional nexus, a city that connects these disparate planes. And you got to give him a better sidekick than Theobald, like rather than just like another big hulking dude with a weapon. Just get like a sort of wisecracking magical creature. Maybe something a little creepy, a little bit undead, like a floating skull voiced by Yakko Warner. Like there's a lot of potential there, but I wouldn't know how to develop it beyond that.
This is Precinct 57. Hold on, officer.
Library!
I I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
Of course, the librarian has a book. He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call. I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Majon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
He puts down the receiver. On Merrow Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps, far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
Home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says.
Oh.
That's all.
What a shock! It's the one group of apartments that we have access to. Do you have any other information on Billy Majon?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know anyone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
You hear someone answer from afar.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
So Billy is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later on the lookout. Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like?
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second.
The librarian turns away from the phone again. Oh, yes. Relays the question.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you. That's all from me. I have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up, and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me? 57.
Bugger all,
over and
Alice.
out.
To Billy Majon's apartment. And then we find out whether this is all a big coincidence or whether Billy is someone we recognize. I think the other way.
Hello again, officers.
Hello, Cindy. Billy Machine is not my lover. Her husband's dead and I have to go tell her, which is awkward, oh fucking no. You hear the sound of running water, somebody's washing dishes. Oh, can I actually go in here? No, the door is closed again, nothing to do here anymore. You hear someone inside walking from room to room. Gary is back home. Because it's not locked. Well, I mean it is, but like it's green, it's not white. Usually something's white when you can't go in. That's odd. We should also talk to Joyce Messier. Because we learned some things about Everard when we did his tasks for him. Some things that she would probably want to know. Here it is, I believe. A weathered brown door, the number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup à l'oignon? The lieutenant motions you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard. Get yourself together, it's just police work. Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up! Hold on, Kim, we should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit. You hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Do you have any advice on how to tell her that he's...
Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice. What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
Alright. I think I'm ready. Hello, who is it? A voice calls out from the other side of the door. And someone turns down the radio. Look at the lieutenant first. He gives you a short, encouraging nod. Is this Billy Méjean's home? This is the police. Please open the door. The police? A moment, please. Give us a moment. You hear shuffling inside. Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice. She unlocks the door. Come in, the door is open. We'll tell you about your dead husband in a second. We just need to search your house. An empty pack of Red Astra cigarettes are hidden under the bed. The same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. Packages of humanitarian aid macaroni. Some leftovers kept warm on a stovetop. Smells like buckwheat and onions here. Chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. The clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Its ticking makes you anxious, rings hollow in the room. A textbook for high school, mathematics, trigonometry. That's mostly. Posters of contemporary pop stars adorn the walls.
It's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
She smiles nervously before the smile vanishes from her face.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
I haven't done this section with voice acting before. I'm a little bit... I don't know that I want to hear someone play this out. The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead? Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face. Keep it together. You do not want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
How about some small talk before you break the news? It's like ripping off a bandage. The least painful way is to do it straight away, without stalling. What do we think? Do we stall? Who's right? Rhetoric or pain threshold? Person, I think pain threshold's right. Yeah, I agree. It's a red check. I shouldn't need it, but I could use a psyche buff. If only to make it more of a sure thing. I like that Kim being here is a +4, so it must because it's an impossible check, but it's buff. It's buff. It's impossible with buffs, which is quite often how they do it. They do super high checks, but they also give you super high buffs to normalize it. Shit! I don't want to. Wait, what? There has been enough pain. But we have to. I don't want to do this. Force yourself. Slap yourself. Stupid, just say it.
Say what?
She looks frightened.
Officer.
The lieutenant warns you. Too late, you ruined it, just say it now. Your husband's dead.
Excuse me, what? What did you say?
No, it would be if we died from the health loss, Rand, because the morale loss is what? We like give up? The morale loss isn't death, but health loss would be if we literally just had a heart attack and collapsed dead in her house. Morale loss would be like we started panicking and ran out the door and then retired to become a hermit. She's in pain. She's in so much pain, and so are you. Your chest is burning. I've never failed this before. This is actually... I'm sort of glad this happened, because I know how it goes when you succeed.
We are very sorry to inform you, but your husband, Victor Méjean, was found dead this morning on the Martinez boardwalk.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table, where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray. He was just here. Alive.
I understand that this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. We are very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
What happened to him? Tell me.
He drank himself to death. He fell and smashed his head against the bench. Trust me, ma'am, you don't want to know. I don't like 3. I don't like 2, but I don't like 3. What does chat think? Yeah, Luna, we saw the body. We found it. Nobody wants 1. Two is what happened, yes. 2 is absolutely what happened. But 1 just seems like a slightly less traumatizing way to say it. At least to my mind. He fell and smashed his head against the bench.
And you just found him there? Lying in the cold?
She shakes her head.
How long had he been there?
For a few days at least. She doesn't reply. Her eyes well up with tears as she struggles to keep it together. You hear the clock ticking in the children's room.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
Are you on mobile, Shenik? Because if you are, then you won't be able to, from what I've been told. But it should show up right in your screen when the vote is cast.
No. I just need to tell my girls.
The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly. It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
Probably, yes.
All right. I'll call them.
She breathes in again, trying to steady herself. She can't take much more. Her stomach is churning. Soon she will have to go to the bathroom and scream.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
He's not in the boardwalk. We've been there since and seen that the body's gone. So yeah, he's in the morgue.
And who should I contact?
He was taken to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number, in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit...
No, we're not going to tell her that we have a brain condition. Alright, that's it then.
Again, if there's anything we could do for you, then don't hesitate to call the RCM, ma'am.
She just nods, distant and inconsolable. The bed springs rattle beneath her as she begins to shake. These are the last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. To a scream.
I'll take it from here. Thank you.
She points at the front door, breathing fast now, holding herself back.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her and leave the room.
So, the death notification.
Oopsie! The lieutenant says as soon as you've left the apartment. He's avoiding your gaze. This is the time to say how sorry you are about how things went. There's nothing to discuss, let's move on. I'm sorry, I know I fucked up.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
His eyes wander over the streets.
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
There's not much we can do for them anymore, I'm afraid.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives. That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case. There's nothing more we can do here.
Right. Let's get back to it then, I suppose.
And, officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Now let's go.
I don't know if that makes me feel better or not. On one hand, yes, we are not the worst ever. On the other hand, you're telling me that somewhere out there in the world there is worse than this? Oh no. It can show on mobile, you have to be fast about it. I've heard conflicting things. Some people on mobile say, oh, it never shows up for me, I'm on mobile. Other people say it does. I can... Let's do a fake vote and we'll see if you catch it, Shenik. I'm going to hit the vote button. It should show up on your screen, on your, like, on the Twitch screen, like, in the middle, in the bottom. You may have to, like, press a button somewhere to turn it on. If you hover over the video player, there should be, like, a notification somewhere that will be, like, Disco Elysium Companion. maybe you have to enable something before it will appear. You have to access the extension. Yeah, it's Twitch extension stuff. You have to figure it out. I'll run it again. Let's see if it did a thing. Shows up on mine. Like I have my own window open and I can see it. Alright. So, firstly, let's get rid of this stupid flashlight. Oh, I don't have the flashlight. What's that then? Is that just shadow? As I moved my head, the shadow was moving. If you don't have anything there, then Shannick is on PC. If you don't have anything there, then I have no idea. Good luck. Troubleshoot with the techies in my chat, because I can't help you. What now? Is there anything else? There really isn't. There really isn't, except for the massive chunk of story that I didn't actually start, so let's go there. God, between this and Gaston, it's quite the day for death. Alright. There is one area that we have completely ignored, and it's not because I don't like it. In fact, I really enjoy this part of the story. I've just ignored it because I wanted to do everything else first. Go away, Steam overlay. That wasn't what I wanted. Over here, we have a tent that's blaring music, and we have somebody digging in the ice. Not digging. If we zoom in real close, we can see that they seem to be doing some sort of metal detection thing. Let's talk. A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels in the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh. Hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party. So, you want to party? Please do not walk up to young women and ask if they want to party. Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat? That's also weird, but it's not as weird, so we're gonna go with it.
Huh?
She looks up at you, distracted. Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder. I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
I do. You don't have to do anything. But no, I should have a hat on, and I do have a hat on.
Oh. I didn't notice that.
It's nice. You should wear one too if you plan on staying outside in the weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Your pulse rises. Regain authority in her eyes. Oh no. Yeah, that was our only one for the night. No, I couldn't snip because it wouldn't have finished. It was a 4-hour wait time, and we'd still be in the middle of that, and the effect of that is all red checks fail. Do we give it a shot, or do we not? Because we can move on without testing ourselves. I'll do a chat vote. Maybe I should have announced that, because nobody's clicking. Fuck. Oh, right at the end there. Swinging in favor of self-sabotage. Cool, okay. Let's regain authority in her eyes. I don't think this helps. I don't know about the mathematics of it. Increase my psyche in case I'm wrong, but I think this actually doesn't help. I think it'll still be 3%. 215 with no buffs? It can't be. It can't be. Yeah. Yeah, it's still 3. What do you know? We got fucking critical failure! Lots of feeling. Feel it up. Way up. Oh my god. Fuck the hat? Is that what you just said to me? I can't believe you told me to fuck the hat! You're saying it really loud, but it's not coming out right. Maybe add more indignation? So I should just take this hat that I'm wearing and fuck it, right? Point at your head where the hat is located. Engage in sexual intercourse with a hat right here in front of you because you told me to on the sea ice. More. Right here on the sea ice. More. Give you a little ice cop hat fuck show. Puff your cheeks as if you can't even breathe from the sheer indignity of this affront. The writing in this game is amazing. Chat vote. Do we do the ice cop hat fuck show, or do we just puff our cheeks out because we cannot breathe? No, we're back and forth on this one. We're puffing our cheeks.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
I think Estelle cares. I think we have terrified her into caring. The lieutenant is watching the scene unfold before his eyes, unsure how to react. Start jumping up and down on the sea ice, gesturing toward it with both hands as if to say, "This is where it was supposed to take place." The girl looks down, slowly curling into a ball. That's it. You've earned it. Start crying. Life's hard. Do we cry or do we wrap it up? I can't believe you used obscenities like that in front of a police officer, and you should... We're crying! So, somebody out there... Oh god, we're back to 50? How did you... Oh! Man. Come from behind victory of the regaining one's composure and not crying. Okay, okay. I cannot believe you swore in front of a police officer. You should... The words are stuck in your throat. All that comes out is tears. Never mind. But thou must cry. Thou art too sad for this adventure. Pouring down your face. The young woman has kept her eyes trained on her wires, waiting for the lecture to end. But now she hears sobbing. Looking up, she sees a grown man, on the wrong side of 40, his face bloated from alcohol and God knows what else. Not so quietly crying. Anyway, this is what I should do the next time someone complains about a stream hat. Did you see the newest hat, Ran? Snip gave me 2 hats. I think you may have seen the first one he gave me because it's quite nice. But the second one is more of a gimmick joke hat. Good day. I'm from Australia, I guess. I feel vulnerable wearing this.
This isn't really about the hat, is it?
It is! It so is!
Okay, sure. You're not the only one with issues. I self-medicate. Shit. Life's a horror, you know.
There's a motherly hint to her voice.
Crying helps, though. Get it out your system. And then maybe we can talk. Okay? I'll be here.
Kim would like to speak with me. Again. Having looked away during the final phase of your little episode, the lieutenant now addresses you.
Do you want to talk about what just happened?
That's probably a good idea.
Normally, I'm opposed to discussing one's feelings, especially on duty. But I think this is an exceptional case.
I am pretty exceptional.
So, what do you think happened?
A crygasm. Convince yourself that you didn't melt down just now. The low chance red checks are just piling up at the minute. Firstly, let's see if we actually want to do this check or if we want to just admit it. A crygasm, a minor malfunction, or do we seek refuge in denial? 75% refuge in denial. Okay. It's compelling when it's a skill check, isn't it? If that wasn't a skill check, I reckon Crygasm would win because that's the funniest sounding line. But no, because there's a dice roll associated with it, everybody wants to see what happens with that one. Nobody wants the others because the others are boring. All right, intellect would be the one to raise. We'll still be more than 50% likely to fail, but we'll have an all right run. We'll have 42% chance, I think. We managed to fail a 92% red check. That is true. We did in fact manage that. So let's pass a 42. Just fuck me dead and bury me. Thy pen of lies runneth dry. Best to simply deny the truth bold-facedly. What? Nothing happened?
So you're saying you didn't break down in tears just now and nearly tear your shirt off?
I have never cried once in my life.
Uh-huh.
You could torture me, abandon me, even divorce me, and I would be dry as a desert. Yes, sir.
Yes, I've definitely never seen you cry before, nor lent you my handkerchief to dry your tears.
Methinks my liege doth protest too much. A performance that would make the star of a radio melodrama blush.
Even so, in the future, could you please refrain from emoting too much on duty? The quasi-legal status of the RCM means we need to project strength twice as consistently as any other police force in the world.
Weakness is strength.
Not when projecting strength. Then it's just weakness.
Oh, sounds like typical macho bullshit to me.
That may be so, but such is Revachol, and this is what is expected of us in Revachol.
You get the feeling you're being handled with kid gloves because your cheeks are still soaking wet.
Glad to hear it was minor. Can you go on?
Absolutely. Superstars always get back up and try again.
Then, let's go.
So anyway, nice to meet you.
So, like, seriously, what's eating you, man?
There's a hint of pity in her eyes. Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing, and she wears thick black eyeliner. Most men wouldn't call her pretty. There is a manliness to her, a coarseness. Yeah, can we talk for a minute?
I was wondering when you would come around. What's up?
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
I think it's the plight of the working class. I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. It's the plight of the working class.
Oh, really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike. I fear the process is irreversible.
So the thing that's got you crying in front of strangers is social justice?
No, that's probably not it, is it? Now, I haven't seen much of this world, but from what I've seen, Wait, what? Social justice is an adolescent term. Sounds almost liberal. What's got me shaken up is the people's struggle. And it's got me shaken up bad.
Yeah, man. They're pretty bad.
Makes me sick thinking about the thousands, millions, billions? How many people are there, actually? How many people are there in the world?
3.6 billion, not counting those in sale.
Really? That many? God, it reduces me to tears just thinking of the 3.6 billion and God knows how many more in that sea-old place, crushed under the tyranny of the market.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are you sure you're not just hung up on some chick, though?
I'm sorry, what? Now that you mention it, I did find these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
Well, first they had the faintest scent of chewing gum on them. I could still smell it under the shit.
Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think?
I found that to be very symbolic too.
Okay. What else?
Well, they were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy! Reading them did not make me feel good. I'm sorry, what is a woman's hand? Are we gendering handwriting now? Why are we gendering handwriting? How could you possibly?
There you have it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
No idea, haven't seen her, definitely haven't called her. I don't remember a single thing about her.
Really? You seem pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Eyes? Hair colour?
I remember her scent, and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Well, I'm definitely not going to say that second thing, my word. Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk that I completely erased all memory of the world. Wait, what do you mean by selective memory?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
I think this might be the same actress who plays Kuno S, but, quieter. Maybe. I erased all memory of this world.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
Did you catch yourself there? It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Well, thank you for the bullshit psych thing then.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad. Have you seen a red-haired woman around?
No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Long shadows, short shadows, quiet shadows of local children, loud shadows, drunks, and also a shadow made of sticks. You breathe on your hands for warmth. What's your name?
Estelle.
Estelle who? I'm not a young suitor. This is official police business.
Okay, it's Berger.
What is that device you have there?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's a contact microphone?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
How's it work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Where'd you get the mic from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
What's that?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole.
Nice.
It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up, but it's a long way from here. Sounds like a place for congregating homosexuals. Sounds interesting. Who is this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock, in the form of a wrecked tape player and a completely trashed hotel room.
That's cool.
She breathes on her fingers like she doesn't know what to say. You're right, time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps?
There's a thought, and I wonder what makes it happen. Because it's related to this, but it didn't appear at all just now. And I don't think in any of my playthroughs I've managed to trigger this. I think there must be like some some tapestry of skills here where if your shit is too low or too high. Because there's a thought called the Litany of Contact Mike. M-I-K-E. Like contact Mike as in... And I'm picturing it as Harry misunderstands her and thinks, oh, so Contact Mike must be a person, like, you know. Celebrity Dave, or so, like you know, like adjective name, you know. There's a specific dialogue branch that leads to it. I just looked it up. A passive encyclopedia check of 10 plus. Yeah, we weren't going to get that. We weren't going to get that at all. But that makes sense, because I've never done an intellect playthrough. I've never done intellect high. I've always had intellect 3 max, so clearly I am not destined to learn of Contact Mike. I had some non-Mike questions for you.
Okay.
What you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
What are you recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire. Drugs, dickhead. And what are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Just nod.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around. The girl is cold all of a sudden. Very cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless, all of a sudden. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw. Indications of a drug high. She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or mephedrone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now, and fewer peaks.
Take this, you're cold.
The lieutenant begins to take off his jacket, which won't be allowed. They won't have Kim take his jacket off. She'll stop him. They won't do that with the character models, see?
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Now this is where a hat would come in handy.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat.
Give her your hat. I don't want to give. I like my hat. Fuck that. Wait, was she? Do we give her the hat? Jesus. Chat with a hat. Do we give her the hat? I don't know if she'll take it. Alright, fuck it. I have other hats.
Thanks.
She puts it on. It's a bit large for her. You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is? She's not actually wearing the fuck. Damn it.
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The Boys, starring Carl Urban.
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that? Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
I had some other questions.
Go ahead.
Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum.
So for garbage, then?
Except that, yeah.
She looks at the old wooden church up on the poles. As a mean wind comes bellowing in, the 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. The floorboards are twisting and the shooting beams are slowly cracking like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years. What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
Crap, then. You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes. So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
Yes, why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins so you can sharpen your knife. I'll talk to them.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
That thing, huh? Did you put the padlock on the church door?
No.
No?
Not really, no.
Not really, no. She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She, personally, didn't put the padlock on the door. So this isn't yours, this sticker?
It's Noid's.
Ah! Wait, who's Noid? Is this a friend of yours?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And why did this Noid person put a padlock on the church door?
To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about them, he'll tell ya.
I have heard some bad things about the weirdos, yes. Should you? Weirdos sound bad somehow. Well, enough about the church then. I had another question.
Go ahead.
It's not actually a red check, Guam. It's, we can put a point into empathy to return it. The tape recorder lies in the ice like a discarded toy. Pick it up.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, bye. Let's see what we can do for our empathy. So far, all I'm seeing are things that take away from empathy. Do I have empathy clothes? I do. I have glasses. Pinball maker's coat. That will help us empathize. What else do I have for hats? Here we go. This is fine. We can also go with the Faln Peepo Peepo. Or the orange bum hat. Which does not sound like it goes on your head, but nonetheless it does. And so we've got a bit of an empathy boost there, and we've got a hat now. The green hat. Oh, that's true, but the green hat makes me look like an idiot.
Hello again.
The girl looks up at you for a moment before turning back to her work. The tape recorder lies in the ice like a discarded toy. Pick it up. Alright, give me some empathy. A psyche, rather. Same thing. The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice. That's weird. That just makes it. That just treats it like you just don't do anything with it. You just pick it up, look at it, and put it back down. Critical fucking failure. I am having a Wheaton day. Probably, Guan. She's probably a bit happier to say fuck if you haven't, you know, terrified the shit out of her by losing your mind over fuck the hat. We have 3 skill points. We can spend 1 on empathy. Yes, Topaz.
Hello again.
Yes. I swear to God!
Hello again.
Eat shit, motherfucker! No! No, I am not. I am not accepting that. Fuck off. I'm not using all 3 of my skill points, Jesus.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo Omicron adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands. I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice with the drugs wearing off. At your age, or at any age in this weather, waiting for it to get dark. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her. It is not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
Nothing if you got this. Don't be scared.
Okay, I'll stick to it.
Takes the device from you and places it in her lap.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Guess that can lead into, if we don't have the breakdown, we can have the same conversation about what's up.
Hello.
But we don't have anything there. That's her done. Before I go into the tent, I'd forgotten, but I just remembered I did want to talk to Joyce. Give her an Evrart update. Not that he is helping me find my gun, but just an update in general. He just says no. He just says, ask him something else before he gets caught in a loop.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
She pats her wet raincoat. All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden board she's standing on, and on the water around you. I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy.
Hydrophobic. I'm so used to phobic meaning one of two other things, either terrified of or bigoted against. So I'm picturing a coat that if you take it outside in the rain just starts screaming incoherently until you get it to safety. Or alternatively, a coat that won't shut up about how he thinks that the water can't be trusted. I just don't know what it's up to, you know? Like, you drink it, it goes into your body, and what does it do in there? We need to pass laws against water.
What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
So it's very easy to miss this, because there's no quest log assigned to it. Just the hint and the suggestion that whenever you learn new things about Evrart and Joyce, you can continue to go back and forth, even if the game doesn't tell you to do it.
Oh?
Ma'am, this whole thing is a takeover. Because that's what Evrart told us. The strike is smoke and mirrors. If you remember from last time when we finally finished all of Evrart's tasks. He doesn't want to negotiate. He doesn't want every worker a member of the board. No, he wants Wild Pines out. He is seizing Martinez. He is seizing the harbour first and Martinez second. He's going to run it. This is his little communist paradise. He's helping me find my gun, but he's got a lot of his own and he's ready to use them. This whole thing is a takeover.
A takeover?
Yes. It's not a strike. You aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The Union is taking the terminal.
If they're taking it...
She looks towards the colourful mountain of crates, like toy blocks, rising above Martinez. Green livery changing into red, blot by blot. Like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
Then we're talking about a war. Evrart needs to let me into the harbour at once. We need to talk about this.
The war is their goal. I told you before, Evrart wants this to escalate.
An insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. The one after that, 100.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Cronell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
Does it matter? Her mind's made up. It has been for some time. The choice was whether to tell her this, and you have already made it. First, will this affect your decision-making process?
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
The look on the lieutenant's face conveys uncertainty. Doesn't even sound angry. It's not the RCM's job to make these decisions. The workers should have the harbor. Cut off the snake's head. Everart's pushing all this. It's a bluff. Call it. Have them open fire. See how long they last. Bring in everything you have and wipe them from the face of the earth. It's apocalypse o'clock. Time to commence the gloaming. You know, I wish there was a disco option. You've already made up your mind, ma'am. What is it? Well, we're a proud communist. The workers should have the harbour.
Do you think it's within my authority to give it to them? Do you think I can control the board and the shell-shocked mercenaries they've sent?
Certainly not. So what are you going to do?
What will I do?
She says, slowly looking around. Her arms fall to her sides, her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
You said you would. One day.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Why?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Mundi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
You sure they didn't lose their minds before they got sent off? Because, like, if you were a member of which one was Expedition 7? Which one was Expedition 8? Like, I understand the first crew, you know, wild-eyed and optimistic, let's break ground, let's be the first people to dive off into that cliff of nothing. Sure, absolutely, yeah. Why not? If it works, you're legends. But after 7 failures in a row, what kind of mad bastards do you need to be willing to go back in? Each of those expeditions would have been led by an admiral. Sounds like a purge. Like she was purging her political rivals. Sounds political.
There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta du Mar, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute.
Day after day it reappears. Night after night my heartbeat shows the fear. Ghosts appear and fade away.
Slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. Put your hand in the rain. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain. This ocean.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," The signal to wake up.
So this is the awakening Isola.
But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
She smiles. You've thought it 1,000,000 times. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the Pale. After the Pale, the world again.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Elysium. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Leaving us here.
On Caillou. The Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
The great skua was the first bird they saw.
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, Detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
I seem to have it in for it. Or it for me. I broke one.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds.
Yikes.
Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent. And rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
There was a sting in your heart at the mention. Before. When she said its name. And that was the last break we got.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there.
Oh, we had to, did we?
Wipe out indigenous populations.
Of course.
Gunboat economies.
Uh-huh.
Or they came to do the same for us.
Right.
Or had done to each other.
I see.
But here...
She spreads her arms. So, we caught a break because there weren't any people in this one. Because wherever there were people, there was problem.
There was no one but the skua, the Liliat Saya, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain.
There was no war here until we showed up. What happened?
Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
Yeah, it's not raining anymore. Wow. The line went away. I can't say it's raining anymore because it isn't raining. Must have just been a quirk of the time it took. What will you do?
I will take your advice, Lieutenant Chiafreta. I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
I thought it was not within your means. She puts her hand in the rain. That isn't there anymore. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
She takes the end in her rain-slick hand and starts untying the knot.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
You're going now?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
Intellect for a rhetoric check here. But I'm pretty likely to succeed. It's a high stat for me and it's an easy check. Unless we are continuing our Wheaton Day. Not so much. There are no there are no employers. Joyce is a member of the board. Probably a partner. You are the Wild Pines. There are no employers.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
She turns to you, rope in hand. What? Of course I have superiors.
That's right, detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Even after all this time, I still don't really understand who you are or what your angle is.
I have not deceived you. I showed you who I was. Rejoice Layton.
Understood.
Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? Where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
Isn't everybody a little insane?
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
You're over-radiated?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She points to her heart. She would die to return to it. The Pale. The past. Anything one can return to. How do you keep it together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself. Goodbye, nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
Secret task complete. Find the solution to the strike deadlock. And it's fairly simple. You just need to keep talking to them. You need to go back. That's the trick. It's not hard. You just need to go back. Because the game doesn't tell you to keep going back. The tasks run out with Evrard. And that line that instigates this with Joyce, you aren't directed to go search for it. If you have talked to her in the Evrard line before, it will be... You saw it, it was grayed out. When I spoke to her, it looked on the surface as though everything that you could possibly say to her has been said. Because the lit up option is behind a non-lit up option. So that, plus there being no task pointing to it, means a lot of people don't get this. I didn't in my first playthrough. Last time I streamed this, I didn't get it. Secret way to solve the deadlock. It's not easy, includes a lot of back and forth between the two sides, but it's possible. Everything is always possible. And we have the Insulindian Miracle. 7 hours and 45 minutes. You were reminded of a poem somewhere deep inside you, the translation of which you don't remember. Nulla sarà cambiato della luce, it begins. Colori... I'm not going to read that because it's all in Italian. You were reminded of it when you heard about the discovery of Insulinda. But what does it mean? And how do you know it by heart? Especially when we don't have the translation. What do we delete? No, I don't... I can't remember what's bad. Kind of running out of bad ones. We deleted one of our perception +2, so we're keeping the other one. We'll keep Womp-de-Dump-de-Dom. Gotta keep art degree. We need +1 pain threshold and psyche learning caps. Jamrock Shuffle. That's true. Find better items, which only works. We've run out of places to loot. That's a good point. We've run out of places to loot. So while this is good, I don't need it anymore. We can get the Insulindian Miracle. The lieutenant watches Joyce's boat grow smaller on the bay, white sails fluttering. Slowly, the sails turn a grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you. Long way to go to the edge of the world. Well, she said there were 70,000 islands, or 20,000. A lot of islands. I think 20,000. Now we go to the tent and we talk to the hopheads. Yay! These are some of my favourite people in the game, especially one of them. The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Squeeze in.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
He points his thumb at the lieutenant.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
Fuck you.
I'll keep watch.
He gestures for you to squeeze in. Okay. Canisters filled with what appear to be water. The label says distilled. A speaker, the big kind they use for live music that apparently causes me to zoom out. A pile of nasal sprays, brand name Nosifed Ultra. Nothing to click on except for the 3 people. Let's talk to the guy in the back.
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
A strangely dressed young man says, without looking up from his toolbox, "What if I want to speak to you first?"
I suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your sign.
Before he's finished talking, he's already turned back to his tools. That's ridiculous.
See? It's already going wrong. Sign is off.
The young man picks up a thin metal saw blade and examines it. Scared? Angry? It's hard to say which this man is. He's just scared. His voice is different too. He used to sound a lot more guttural. He used to be the sign is way off. He sounded like my electrochemistry. He had a really grr voice, and he doesn't anymore. Because everything is sad in this new version, I guess. Let's talk to the best character in the game. A young man with peroxide blonde hair who looks kind of like Solus from Dragon Age Inquisition, except for the fact that that's not actually his ear, holds up a Harman Wowshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore!
They haven't changed Egghead's voice. Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just going to keep saying it's hardcore, aren't you?
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, do you think? So, we must sync the signs with Noid, and we must solve the Egghead puzzle.
This is hardcore.
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
Alright!
Here comes the night. Back to the heavyweight jam.
Says the young man with the tape player and the large boyadero boots. Lung-shaped trees sprout in his silver belt buckle.
Hardcore!
Is it?
It's hardcore!
I don't know what to say to that.
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger. Vic True, hardcore!
But is it? I mean, really?
Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yeahs and his aghs. This produces a guttural Gottwaldian accent, and it makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Gottwaldian, maybe it's Orangese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now? Yeah!
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark.
Oops. Damn! No, I've got to do that one again now. You missed an A there. I yelled mine with 6 A's, so you have to yell it with 6 too.
I'm the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the mic enforcer, the sixth checker. I am the law. Vic True, hard, full, hardcore. Yeah!
Yeah.
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark. Yeah!
You missed an A there, but that's okay. I'm a pretty lenient cop.
It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice.
He fucked that one up though. It's more important to be nice. He missed the more, and that kind of ruins it. It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. I mean, that's still good, but it's more important to be nice. I think that's better.
We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore! Yeah!
Is this the famous Van Eyck I'm hearing?
You know about him?
He moves his mouth, but sound doesn't come out. His eyes are full of other size of saucers. Looks like you've rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
Your friend Estelle mentioned him.
Good, good.
The Advent? True, hard, yeah! You know
Van Eyck?
No, just a turn of phrase.
Oh, well, it really is him. It's an honest-to-God Van Eyck beat. Well, actually, a reworking of a Peppy Popic and Arsos track. But let's not get too deep into that whole mess.
No, that sounds very messy indeed.
The Advent?
Calendar.
True, hard, full, car, hardcore! Yeah! You know about him?
You know Van Eyck?
Yes, I'm a major Egghead.
Wow!
The skinny wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I! So am I!
He begins to shake his head so everyone would understand.
Oh! Is that why they call you Egghead? Because
Andre almost falls over backward from the realization.
Egghead to the Mega. The K became the G. The boy became the man. The Advent?
Egghead!
We're close. True, hard, full, car.
Nothing.
Hardcore.
Still nothing.
Hardcore to the Mega.
Still nothing.
Internally coherent.
I was wondering if you knew who killed the mercenary hanging behind the Whirling in Rags hostel.
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata, the place to be.
I am beginning to think this really doesn't have anything to do with the case.
It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion. The spirit is what you feel. We're close. True. Hardcore to the Mega.
What was this one again?
Here comes the night.
Right.
Vic, true. Hardcore to internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata, the place to be.
Why is this Yekokata the place to be? What does that mean?
Yeko Kata is a hardcore place.
Well, maybe you're not hardcore unless you live hardcore.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore.
I'd like to see Egghead and Jack Black have a conversation.
Hardcore to the Mega. Internally coherent.
Still say nothing.
All car. All right. Yeah.
Please tell me, what exactly are you doing?
Gotta get the people going.
I see.
Yeah. Request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible.
Alright then. Well, there is no stage. We're in a fucking tent.
It
isn't even a tent. It's a fake tent. It's an improvised tent.
All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people going.
Why?
I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style. True. Hardcore internally coherent. All car. All right.
Yeah! That yeah didn't have a G.
Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
I think I'm also a party boy.
2 on a track. Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack.
So if you're wondering why we're exploring absolutely every single piece of dialogue we can possibly get out of this guy and repeating ourselves over and over again just to draw out and squeeze out one little piece of unique dialogue at the very end, then I don't know what's wrong with you, because you should automatically know why I'm doing that and understand it perfectly. So if you are wondering, get a better brain.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the Mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah.
Say nothing. He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feeblish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
Well, you got me there, Egghead. Let's try again.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't, so now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question?
But you just... What the happened? Nah. This is some Virtue's Last Reward shit, where if I pick ally, they pick betray, and if you pick betray, they pick... Bullshit! You don't get to rewrite history like that and change your mind just because I said the other thing. I feel cheated.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car.
Nothing.
Hardcore.
Nothing.
Hardcore.
Nothing.
Internally
Nothing.
Car.
Nothing.
Hardcore. Ah!
So hardcore!
Is it though?
He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head to the side. I was just thinking that a moment ago.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
I love that the Egghead puzzle is just press 1 over and over again and you'll get there, but it makes it easier to explore all of the alternatives. I quite like that. I quite like that it's literally just press 1, press 1, press 1. It's like the Zelda, it's like the maze in Zelda on the NES. You just go north, 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 north. Congratulations, you're out of the woods.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the Mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah. Hardcore. Ah. Is it though?
It is!
But is it? I mean, really?
I was thinking that too.
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chicks checker. Yeah! True. Hard, all. Ha! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
He frowns, and then he starts bobbing his head back and forth once more. The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, right next to the canal.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is it could be even harder core.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
Why would lungs be for love?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul? Really?
I think so.
Well, the lungs are where you hold the breath of the soul, aren't they?
Highly gaily.
What? What did you just say? How that looks written and how that sounded when he said it are different things. Written, that is a word in another language that I do not recognize. Said aloud, it seems like he just said that that was highly gay. Fine, no worries, but... Are you a thought reader, Egghead?
No nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
So you're a communist?
He's not a communist.
Oh.
It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
She cried more! 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 In the midnight hour! More! More! More!
But why aren't you a communist? Communism is the truth.
I can be a communist. If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
I would love for you to be a communist.
Please don't turn him into a communist.
Shut up, Noid.
Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Be a communist, Egghead. The future needs your help.
Aye!
You guess he is a communist now. Does that mean you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as thought reading.
Jermaine. I knew a Jermaine once. He was a wank stick.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
But I was thinking Revershol imperative.
That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop, too.
I didn't lie. Tell me something else, Egghead.
Communism rules the nation!
He looks at you with an almost impossibly wide, shining grin, looking to see if you approve. Almost there. Could use just a bit more work.
The worker must move your ass!
Superb.
Here comes the sun!
You could swear you feel the bright future of the working classes reflected off Jermaine Egghead's giant smile and right under your face. Revolution makes your toes curl in anticipation.
Is your real name Jermaine?
Darkcord Hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
He turns pensive all of a sudden.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
He thinks for a moment and then his expression clears.
It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
What the fuck is the Noid, by the way, that you're talking about, Guan? The Noid. An advertising character for Domino's Pizza. Yeah. Oh, God. Domino's is like if you take pizza and you take all of the good things in pizza and remove it from the pizza and add extra garbage. If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore. Yeah, it's proto. It's not hardcore at all.
Wow! Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
Wait! I just remembered something! I'm the police!
Uh-huh.
The young man is bursting with anticipation.
And I have a job to do instead of this absurd idiocy.
Goodbye. No, nothing. Me being the police isn't going to help us.
Oh.
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question?
No! This is the answer!
I thought the answer was the epilogue to Persona 3 FES. Try to think if anything could make it harder-core.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
He looks at you with customary amazement. As your mind works, the beat recedes from your ears. You hear your own blood pulsing through your head, nourishing your thoughts with oxygen. The rhythm is familiar. Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
Feel the movement of blood through your head. The abstract shapes swelling in the foreground have done so in vain. This is a core matter. The answer in the double kick that moves the milliliters through your mind. The dark thud is the source of all rhythm, the inspiration behind mathematics. The hardcore. Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
My imagination fails me.
I know! So does mine!
He laughs and shakes his head. But there's something else that hasn't failed you. I can't help you with this right now. I need something else. Something extra.
Yeah!
Maybe your body can tell you what Van Eyck's jam is missing to make it harder core. Probably gonna pass this. Body is good for us, but we'll increase physique either way, just to make it even more likely. Just, you know, in case we're having another Wheaton moment. And boom! You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate, in your heart that's alone, and in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal. Needs more bass.
What?
The young man makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down, but that would be ridiculous. And a melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick, so you can't get it out of your head anymore.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I don't know, I was thinking you would know.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music. Alright, I'll see if I can come up with something on my own. A citizen investigation. Or, it's up to the police to make the beats go harder. What do we think? What do we think? Do we take this chat vote? Do we take this as an official police task, a personal task, or do we say, fuck the music, I'm going home? I don't know if many people voted, but personal investigation, we can do that. The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Guilain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind. It feels cold.
Does it?
He looks around, looking for the cold.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain, I've been there.
Oh, I know! I know this! I can tell you where it is!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags in the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that! I could have said that!
And the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
Shake it off.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman!
Hey, I have a tape with me. Maybe you can use it.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape into the space escape! Yeah!
I have this banging mega mix. The Door Gunner mega mix. You know, the one with where the murder victim talks about how he's gonna kill people and rape them. Use that! He snatches the tape from your hand and attaches it to the empty reel slot. This is a bad idea. One hand on his headphones, he listens to the audio, and then, shaking his head, he says,
No! No, no! This is gonna make people scared! Keep it positive! Keep the love in the house!
Okay, never mind. I'll find actual music.
Communism forever!
Goodbye, Egghead.
Alright! Here comes the night!
So what do you think, Onebush? Do you agree with my statement that Egghead is the best character in the game, or do you still think the tie beats it? I still think it's Egghead. The tie is great, but Egghead is... I just think Egghead is he's not as funny. The tie is funnier, but Egghead is symbolically perfect. Egghead is an idea. And it's an idea that I find very freeing. Below tie. Damn. Alright, let's talk to Andre. Let's talk to the main kid now. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand. His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse. Noid.
The young man with the earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
The tape player high above his head continues to blast what is probably anodic music. You're supposed to talk to Andre first.
Together with a Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Ah, how many music venues have you organised?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet. Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is a shithole.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it. Enough histrionics. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Yeah, but you're the dopeheads and burnouts.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
He angrily spits on a screw and then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt.
Strike that! The word!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
So worse than yourselves. He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those. I feel like you may be laying this on a bit thick. What's really so bad about these dopeheads and burnouts?
They're spooky.
What exactly do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
They don't eat the building. That's good. Don't really think I want to associate with building eaters.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
No, and you're very, very, very interested in what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for, which is why you're trying to turn it into a dance club. I'll look into it. Tell me more.
All right, man.
New task. Help ravers start a nightclub. Andre is obviously very happy you took him serious. The whole tent is. The boys exchange giddy looks. Estelle told me Noid put the padlock on the door. Why?
Oh, so you met her. Good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think. There's concern in his voice.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
So what you're saying is that you locked all of the drifters that are in there already permanently inside so that they will starve and die. I don't think that's legal.
I had to do it in a hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
85% is good enough. No one lives forever, baby!
Exactly. That's exactly what we thought.
The cage of the rage! Rough blaze!
Egg means the situation is monitored.
Does he?
It's relatively safe. No one has died yet.
I need the key.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
The speed freak dips into his belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden, cool, infused move, tossing it in your general direction. Let it fall to the ground and then pick it up like a normal adult person, or be the cool cop, catch the key as it flies towards you. Help my Motorix, because dear Christ I need it. It's not a hard check for someone with reflexes. Sadly, I am broken. Yep. Hey! You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left, and by God did we need the chat's help on that one. Catch it. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. Thanks, man. The speed freak nods to you. Right, other questions?
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are these people inside the church?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen them, and you want the police involved?
Well, there's also the machinery.
The what? This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
Right.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
I like how committed this guy is to taking the tea out of water. Water! It's water! No matter how slowly he's saying it. Water!
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
Oh, that's normal. What?
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And a vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. For this man, even regular silence is awful enough, but that was something greater.
But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
The woman. Red hair, maybe? A lorry woman?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
But not really.
Oh.
Brown hair. Old. Heavy, dark sides.
So which one is it?
What Noid said.
So brown and older? Well, Ruby might have dyed her hair, though it seems like a stretch at this point. You have to see for yourself. These people are not reliable. What was that about some thing watching you?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Wasn't quite human. God, you guys are dropping consonants left, right, and centre, Noid. Not human, as in a ghost. Well, I suppose you'd call it a host. Do you know what he means? Non-human means a predator.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
Oh, for fuck's sake, what? A crab man?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Are you sure there was a crab man?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
As someone from near Philadelphia, you know all about weird pronunciations of water. In a Philly accent, it's called wadda? Wadda? The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before you enter that dark building. Can you tell me more about this machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of P, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner, look behind it. I don't know what P is. PEA. PEA? Jacked up to some snuff station?
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed on, then jerk off to it. Sick shit.
Okay.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff.
He appears sincere enough, sire. You could, of course, be wrong.
We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machines. He'll tell you more.
So how can you be sure that they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't even seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
Right. Okay. What? This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy. Wow! You can't, but you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers.
Oh yeah? How did you mathematically calculate that? What were your parameters, mate? Do you have a notebook?
Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
Drug suppliers, I imagine. Alright, let's talk about something else.
Sure. What?
You mentioned some kind ecclesiastes own the church. Who are these ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery. Now humour me, Andre. What is the founding party?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation.
And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
Now, Andre, in your opinion, would this ancient religious organisation who anoints the innocents want a club for anodic dance music in one of their churches?
Totally.
There is not a trace of doubt in his voice.
The Pericanassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He violently shakes the tape player as if to see if he can break it.
Love is hardcore.
Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
Made it sound like Andre was correcting Noid's pronunciation there. Unity. Unity! The T's not silent, you dickhead! He turns the volume up and then looks at you with a knowing nod, as if it is obvious that you will now break into dance. You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along the base, as if testing the waters. No words. Enjoy the beat. Feels good. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. What's a posse?
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse.
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to mind. The world is silent. It sounds like you're just saying random things. Love, posse, make noise.
Are we?
He looks at you mysteriously.
Yeah!
The one with the large head really enjoys it when his friend gets mysterious. I guess love can be pretty hardcore.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
He nods at his friend and then turns to you with a mischievous grin. I now understand that it was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Anodic music is about love, and so is the Pericarnassian Church.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
So what's this Yeko Qatar thing, Sam? He said it was a reference, but I didn't get it. His friend forms a fist with a screwdriver still in his hand, approvingly so.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise.
Hmm.
Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. Yeah, let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker! You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if, they get the club going. You've got it in you. Can we get this one to happen again?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked... Yes?
No.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean by Meteorin?
You know, of Meteo. Concerning Meteo.
Meteo?
Meteo, a country on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla.
Right.
Come to think of it, and they have roots in totally.
Love
you
make some.
Let's get the Thai to say this line.
Yeah.
He seems
Do it for the
I didn't want
the one with...
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker!
I really wish I didn't have to do that to make the Thai talk, but yes. I wanted to ask you about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
It's a reference to the 90s dance song, The Logical Song. It features the overly excited German front band of happy hardcore band Scooter. 1, 2, Yeko Katana, the place to be. In the song it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, Siberia, the place to be. You don't think the church has running water? Your water is distilled, too.
Oh,
He doesn't know what to say.
it's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege, but he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry.
Oh, yeah.
It's the one they sell at...
I clicked that twice. What's with all the Nosafed?
The what now?
The Nosafed Ultra. You have a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra.
He is like an actor looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
You sound fine to me.
Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Can I have some? I have some nose problems too.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
Alright, enough of this. Perhaps everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze. 8 fucking
As
percent.
always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah.
What can we do for our logic? We can wear this shirt. We can wear this jacket. Wear these glasses. And we can wear this hat. Nope. This hat's better. We can get +5 to logic. That's stunning. That's amazing. Alright then. The tie is more hardcore than Egghead?
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Alright, help me with my logic. Let's see if we can figure these crackheads out. They have barrels of water and an unconscionable amount of nasal spray. And they would like to move into a previously abandoned church. 72% chance. Come on, baby! A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? Okay, kids, now gather around. The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused. Some time in the past, I'm not sure when and where, but betrayal was involved. I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
I was good enough in this job to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Yefreitor. I could have been captain. Imagine that.
What happened?
Life tore me a new asshole.
That's a real downer.
Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left in me. The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong. This isn't the makings of a club. It is a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs!
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
He points at the speaker. One speaker. They have one speaker. Where is his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker. You only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
You have no headphones. Wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know that you need headphones. That nosefed is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
I don't know, something believable? The distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life. What's your point, Lawbringer?
Oh, there really is no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Punishable by summary execution?
It's not.
So, what are we gonna do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. Wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this. I don't really care. I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want, and I'll do what I want.
Really?
Really, really. No, of course not. I'm a cop. Tell me about what's going on.
Or else.
There is an audible clank as he lets a wrench drop into his toolbox. Yeah, we'll see. Now speak. He thinks for a moment and then opens his mouth but closes it again. Then he finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city.
Oh, yeah?
It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
but...
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
Oh.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
So, what now?
Give me your cash! Holy shit, I don't need to do that. We can arrest them. We can evict them. We can proceed with the club, but no speed lab. Or we can do the speed lab. So, this is my question to you guys. I don't think I would ever be willing to play this game without giving them their club. Because holy fuck, how boring is that? Can you imagine just saying no to this whole side quest? Like, we want to start a nightclub in a church. You gotta do that. I mean, Jesus Christ. Talk about refusal of the call. You must have to be the boringest wanker who ever got up and was boring for a while in order to say no to a nightclub in a church. But the speed lab is a little more optional. So, I'm going to do a chat vote. 4 is for the no speed lab. 5 is for the speed lab. 1, 2, 3, and 6 don't matter, and I'll be ignoring it if you vote for them. So, you know, if you want your opinion to matter, put it in 4 or in 5. 4 means no speed, 5 means all the speed. Are we all up to speed? Good. Speed, 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 speed. Gwambush thinks we shouldn't be doing speed for others either. But the entire chat seems to want the drug lab to go ahead. I mean, Kim's not here, so fuck it.
Yeah!
The young man's smile widens to inhuman proportions. His teeth beam in the floodlight.
Respectable. I'm really feeling the science right about now.
It's probably not going to be easy. The spookers in the church are not going to be happy about this.
But you can just evict them, right? You're the law, man. You've got this.
He seems to be getting jittery with excitement.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid?
He stooped over his toolbox as usual, shuffling bolts around angrily.
That's fine, man. But I've got to warn ya, our signs are still off. It'll take some time for me to get my psi on.
But I thought we'd be okay now, sign-wise.
I'm doing what I can.
He continues to rearrange his tools. It's not easy for him. Probably took him years to get used to Andre. He looks like a well-thought-out individual. The synchronization might be worth it in the long run. I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Yeah, Luna, nothing is politically locked. The quest will always happen the same way. You just wouldn't be making Egghead a communist. You can always be a hard-ass cop who shuts these guys down, or you can help them do their club but demand that they drop the drug idea, or you can do what I'm doing and embrace the narcotics. Yeah. I'll humour him. It's a yellow circle, a human face, with X's for eyes and a smile underneath. The X's, I think, mean that the guy is dead.
Good, good. What did you want to know?
Was I right? Is it a dead guy smiling?
Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right, and I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race.
Why do you think that's so?
We're all the same. Same eyes, same smiles, same death.
Okay, what does it mean?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths. The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it. I'm thinking maybe the smiling dead guy is a symbol for communism. It's also dead, but doesn't care.
Yeah, that interpretation holds.
What makes the sticker so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by a classical soul artist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss, haunting him. The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
You come up with this stuff by yourself?
Not alone. Many people are thinking the same thing right now. We all see the same smiling dead guy in a couple of X's and a circle. And a curve. The beat is the same for all.
I think we've exhausted the subject for now.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
What about now? How are the signs now?
Nah. Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
What?
You heard me.
I did, I just didn't understand you. He examines the small metal bolt in his hand. Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That is perhaps why it should be researched. So you think the supernatural is real, that it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs.
Uh-huh.
Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Thought the pretenders were killing the king. Why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
He picks up some sort of a widget. It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment. Alright, maybe I'll come back later.
Good morning,
Hi again. So, as always...
Alright, that's the three of them. Let's go outside and see if Kim was listening to us. Hope not. Nope, he doesn't want to talk. We will not be judged by Kim for the drug lab plans today. The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
I'll help you, all right.
Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead. Yeah, you opted to omit the truth, it's the same thing.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
Once I cracked their play, I didn't really care. I'm not an arbiter. You're someone else's problem.
Good call, detective. You can lose your mind trying to mediate everything these delinquents come up with. Fate will take care of it for us.
We won't be anyone's problem. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurting out, "Crabman!" than the others. We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe.
As opposed to a secondary side frame.
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
That's not especially frightening.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall.
What?
Upside down like a crab.
What?
Down the church wall.
What?
I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
What did the crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail. Quit stalling on me. What do he look like?
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
A crab banger. He bangs crabs, don't shame him.
Yes, a banger.
Oh.
As in a mess gang member.
Oh.
I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
A gangster crab man. Yeah, I don't believe you.
I don't blame you. I mean, I wouldn't believe me either. I'm surprised Noid did. Andre I expected, but Noid...
I'd like to know more about your associates.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops. What about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
High above and to the east, the cold winds blow over the feathers of an early songbird. She lands on the stone ledge of a tall building, her beak a silvery grey. Aha, okay. Maybe I'll ask later about all this.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Neither do I, but I've got a task for it.
My associates? Sorry. Don't know what makes you think...
Maybe she'll open up later after you've helped them set up the nightclub. So, we got a bunch of quests from these guys. We still need to get in touch with Noid. We need to find a melody for Egghead. We need to investigate the church, and we need to... Once we've done that, touch base with Estelle. The next step is, of course, to enter the church. But I'm gonna be cruel and put a cliffhanger here. I need to take a break for 10 to 15 minutes. I'm kind of hungry and I want to eat something. So I will be back in due time. Wait with bated breath. Enjoy the sounds of the wind and the seagulls. And eventually, we will enter the church. Huh. I just heard the game autosave as I came back in. Hello, friends. But the time does not tick. It was 2:36 in Disco Elysium World as I left, and it's 2:36 now because time is advanced by dialogue. It's a strange thing, but it works. I'm quite happy with it, really. Okay, let us... head inside. I need to unlock the door first, but that shouldn't be difficult. We were given the key. Heavy wooden doors more than twice your height stand shut in front of you. The rectangular, sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock carelessly drilled into the wood. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open. Feels like electricity and a very small piece of nothingness.
Let's go.
The lieutenant nods at you. Pull on the doors. As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black holes and dusty machines. Then, the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city. Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins so you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death, and good God, let me give you my life. A strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. This grotesque wooden figure looks half-finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. 2 decks of reel-to-reel tapes spinning on empty. Cold wind blows in from the broken gallery. Makes your skin crawl. A portable Harman Waushi tape recorder. Is it possible it's recording something? Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. In white, silver, and apricot fients, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced, and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Should we kneel? We can kneel or we can no. Is chat still here? Are they still awake? Does anybody have opinions on whether we should kneel or if we should no? We will kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts. Diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. Close your eyes. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you. It covers you from the wind outside. Cold air seeps in through the crack in the glass, cooling the sweat on your forehead. It makes you shudder. In the darkness you sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass, as if you're a bug under a microscope. Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers. Architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion.
Remorse? It's morning. As that terrible word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Do the same as you get up. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-coloured light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. This is Dolores Day.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Delorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew the place?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find the instigator here. Something else, perhaps?
He looks at the machinery lying around. A pang of guilt. The lieutenant is leaving something out. Do you know why it was abandoned?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Who conducted this raid?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I don't remember being here.
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's important to our business in Martinez now.
So, Encyclopedia and VizCalc. What can I do for my Encyclopedia? They're both intellect. So I could help both checks just by having a smoke. Actually, that's not a bad idea. And you get +2 to Encyclopedia by wearing the Mega Binos prescription lenses. But let's, because we've got 3 more cigarettes. Let's literally just have a smoke. We've got the health points. Oh, does it not work? Yeah, it's a bit buggy. You're supposed to be able to click this button in the bottom right. But it's not, There it is. %92% chance now. I'm not going to use the buff here from chat. I'll use that on the VizCalc. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. Wait, what exactly is innocence? I've read a book, but it was fuzzy. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. A ruler? More. An innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate innocentic rule, should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions, they are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway, only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. Is there one now? No. We are alone.
Okay. When did she rule? 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Mundi. She is, among other things, the innocence of intersolary travel and the connected world. What else do I know? Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential marquess, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Seraine, modern-day Sur-le-Clef. Also, that she was gorgeous, beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under her long, slender form like this, dwarfed. Yeah, ooh. Yes, big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead! Where is this coming from? The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away. Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy! No. You must know. Okay, what else? Was she smart? Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contact bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A similar grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger for the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. Contract bridge. Not contact bridge. I don't know anything about bridge, but I don't know what contact bridge would be. Would that be a game of bridge where you get to slap the shit out of whoever's beating you? Contract bridge. You've heard of bridge before, but the idea of making it a contact sport is way more amazing. That's just normal bridge. Normal bridge involves violence? Good to know. How come? It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavour, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. I like how little pieces of information brush up against each other. We heard about this from Joyce not too long ago, and I'm glad we heard about it before we did this, because this is more interesting to me with the context Joyce gave. But you don't have to see it that way. You can see it in the opposite direction, or you can miss one or both of them. So they have to write it carefully. They have to write it in a way that informs without, over-repeating themselves. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history, the DeLorean era. Does anybody else have trouble getting past the idea of it being all about the Back to the Future car? But yeah, no, it's so difficult to write a game like this, because that info from Joyce and the info here, using those two as an example, they both need to have meaning and purpose. Both of them need to be a reward. Joyce's one is a reward for being clever and noticing where the dialogue is. This one's a reward just for passing a check, and it isn't too hard to find. But they both need to be a reward, and they both need to be fulfilling in their own way. You need to be able to listen to them in either order and be happy with both. Because if they both told you the same shit, that sucks. But they need to touch on very similar topics without feeling incomplete without the other, because tons of players will see neither of these, tons of players will see both, tons of players will see this one, and tons of players will see Joyce's without seeing this one. Because, as much as you probably will find this check, not everyone will pass it. Yes, I haven't seen Back to the Future enough, but I assume that you are onomatopoeing music from it. Wow. Unless you're doing Back in Time, but that's ba 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 da ba da ba da ba da. I know that song better than I know the one that was actually in the first movie, because I think that song's actually good. Whereas the other one I merely think of as an alright song. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. I want more, as did we all. The lands of Mesk and the Occident, and even faraway Supramundi, altogether 21 of the 40 mondial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. So this is very interesting, because this is left up to interpretation as to how real the supernatural side of it is. Like, innocents are basically Christ figures. They are miraculous. They do, and they have effects that are not normal. And all of the nations of the world, or at least a good chunk of them, immediately turn around and are willing to unite under this being while this being is alive. Hell, it's even more Christ-like than Christ. Christ was shunned, persecuted, and killed. Most of the great prophet Messiah figures in our religions generally get put through the ringer, but in this world, the innocences, they are beyond question. They are beyond reproach. They are religious figures, but there's no real conflict or turmoil in them. Whenever one comes, everyone just goes with it. At least, in terms of belief. You do like that while there are a few supernatural elements in the fringes of DA's setting, what is there is weird outside ordinary fantasy convention. Yeah, and they don't put that front and center. The Pale, Dolores Day, and the Innocences, it's all side stuff that you have to like go looking for to hear about, but you don't see much of it. Most of Disco Elysium's on like front-facing content is very real, other than Harry's psych stuff. Shut up and listen to them. They know how to bring the future. Yeah. It's just it's a fascinatingly fresh take. That's kind of what Blue Moon's saying. They're weird outside, yeah, they're outside ordinary convention. It's always new. And I know why they aren't the central focus of the piece, because you would wear out the newness, you would wear out the fascination by doing that. If you make a story about the Pale will be less interesting by the conclusion of that story. Instead, the Pale is fucking fascinating. Same with the Innocences. Her crowning? In a city called Advesperasket. In a city called Advesperasket. Advesperasit. In a city called Anti-Disestablishmentarianism in Vesper Messina, her homeland. The name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza, with the crowd far away. Already her Therriers, the secret servicemen of her innocence, were worried about an assassination attempt. She must have been beautiful. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Therriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by Secret Service men. Then what? One of the men in this Secret Service killed her. 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. What? Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere. Interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves! The man was reported to have screamed at the innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm like a furnace, and that sometimes while on duty he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Was there something terrifying about her? Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it, but terrifying, in a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her. No, was there something bad about her? I want to know. You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her terriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaign she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. What happened? The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from her accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Magritte were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier beneath her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the colour of the Pisantic mare Interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
The lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the
What
church.
are you thinking of, if I may ask?
War criminal! She's connected to the case, glowing lungs, that's fucked up. Why did we tolerate this bourgeois woman that long before we shot her? Nothing, just looking around. She's beautiful, she's not human. Or, war criminal! I think I like 6. She's not human.
Okay.
He takes his glasses off to clean them. And then, after a while, he says,
This church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This isn't a good place to get lost in. We should conclude our business and move on.
We can't go back. Whatever we didn't click on, we can't go back. Viscalc. That's what I need. I don't think I have much for Viscalc. I'll be lucky if I can get more than that +2. Yeah. Okay. Hey! Her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? What? You have the Headless Faln Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. What? Win who back? I can't win her back. She's a long-dead historical figure. Don't be so pessimistic. Love doesn't die that easily. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one. I should, yes. This is a task of mine now. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for. We have a task to offer figurines to Dolores Day. Dolores Day was fond of figurines. She deserves more. You should offer her any and all you have one day if you meet her in person. What an odd task to give yourself. But here we are. Looks like I can't give this figurine to her. Why? Because she's a stained-glassed window, dickhead. That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else. Like what? Is the task still on? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. Nothing has changed in her expression. Well, we can have a chat buff for this one to push us up to 92. Intellect needs to go up for my Viscalc there to reconstruct the cracked glass. This is less about the Innocence herself. This is about figuring out
the scene of this smashing. And boom! A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and the text, a leitmotif, below them both. What shattered this mosaic? Unknown. Something during the raid, the lieutenant mentioned. Or just hooligans looking for something to break. Who is this older woman? The inscription on her throne says Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret Service men, Theriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. The motto, what does it say? Below both women, in luminous black letter, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, le gris. Après le gris, le monde de nouveau. Lieutenant, this used to say, after life, death, after...
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
What was the name of the old lady who runs the radio computer repeater station out in the Pale? Yvonne. Her name was Yvonne. Were you thinking it was Dolores or Irene? Because it was Yvonne. What is the RCM motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Jesus Christ. I like this. Puts the fear of God back in the flow bears, I believe. To explain that, if you weren't there, when we encountered the two guys with the jackets, there was a line that one of them read out in voice acting, and they forgot to censor that word, and instead of saying that word, the actor said flow bear. And to the best of my guess, that is what they substituted in because they didn't want to make their actors say the slur. Or maybe that actor didn't want to say the slur. I'd be like that. I'd be like, hey, if you're going to censor this anyway, I don't really want to say that word, so I'm just going to say something that starts and ends with the same sound. Anyway. Yvonne sounds a little like Irene, and the motto appears here as the password as well. And there's a radio computer here. And there. I think I like the other motto better.
So do I.
That's that. A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
He seems cautious around the machine. These machines sometimes harbour traps, he thinks, alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Yes, but this machine looks just like the one in the doomed commercial area.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
He inspects the machine's framework, careful not to touch anything. A quaint little box of radio waves. Wait, let me just investigate it. You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smouldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says in black marker, Log, February-March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater.
The speaker comes to life, static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area. Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
I looked inside the core, but the tape on the filament just said log febmar.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Oh, not this again.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
This is the police. Open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for Fortress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I do not know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Fortress accident, like the one in the doomed commercial area?
I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brune, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brune. That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with?
Thank you, but I'm finished.
Goodbye, Fortress accident.
Print? Nothing. We would need a password. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. A figure drawn in frost on the window, depicting a deer. Inspecting a deer. A Mesk Banger's silk scarf. Plus to the pain threshold, but sadly it's a neck piece, so we won't be wearing it ever. Looks nice, though. A cracked pane of glass, colourful. It came from the stained glass window. Still has letters on it, too. A spider has spun its web around this wood-carved pillar. Mesk Banger's red brogues. I like those shoes. And that's true, we can. They were both white, weren't they? Where's the jacket? Or did I put that on? No, I'm looking for the shirt now, okay. Sure it's not white? Ah, yeah. And some money. And that's it. Or is it? Oh, I know, Guan. It was important that that be the last thing I clicked on in this place. The silence in this part of the church. It's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. Wait, I think I still hear something. And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums. It seems that sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Yell as loud as you can. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whispers. It's unnerving. Stomp your feet, clap your hands. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. Turn to Kim. What's happening? The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Not really, but it's extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like this.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics?
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed in this way to prevent boisterous activities, singing and dancing on its premises. What if it's something paranatural?
Please, detective, not this again.
Look up into the bell tower. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible and then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. Try to see beyond the shadows. What if I don't want to know what's up there? Nah, of course I do. Motorix. I've got a low chance of this one. It'll be over 50% with this chat boost, but we're rolling dice in the darkness, basically. Is this thought nearly finished? 1 hour, 51 minutes. You know, I feel like the timing is off. Because it was 10 a.m. around that we got that thought. 11, 12, 1, 2. We're at 3:30 and we still have 2 hours. I think they broke the thought cabinet. I think everything takes twice as long as it should. Then again, this one's 4 hours left. I think this was an 8-hour one, wasn't it? Anyway. It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and is making its way toward you. Through all the other shadows. On the ceiling? Yes. The darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away. It's climbing down, holding on the beams. Follow the shadow's movements. It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
The lieutenant follows your gaze, attempting to see whatever it is that you are seeing. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go? Prepare for an attack. Blink. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it? Is that a man? A man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. Hey, who's there? The man leans forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
The right place for what, gargoyle man?
Here you can receive the mother's love.
What?
And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
Guys, the crab man is preaching at me. I don't like it.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Oh, so he's a druggo and he's telling me to lay off the booze? Get this church fitted with a fucking mirror? Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay it off already, Jesus. Sorry, Dolores. Yeah, look, I guess I have a bit of a problem, and it's been getting out of hand lately, but we could also run away. No, let's not.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it.
That's true, actually, Ran. Yeah, this voice has changed, and this one actually sounds good. Si Leng. I keep going back to Si Leng. Si Leng is the only character that has changed their voice, other than maybe this guy, who I've thought, wow, this is a flat out-and-out improvement. Every other one has either been less interesting or just kind of neutral. Because I was surprised to learn, I didn't realize this at first, Classier actually has a new voice actor. But they sound almost exactly the same. Either they, like, were so interested in that particular tone that they demanded that the new one copy it, or the new one specifically researched it, or whatever. But all of the others are like directional changes, like Titus and Lena. They sound totally different. Morel, totally different. But Classier, they actually bothered to keep her sound. Thank God for that. Anyway. You see, deep inside me, my body and spirit are suffering greatly. Great, more patronizing, so original.
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look into my own heart and see I was in pain.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
If the lieutenant agrees, then maybe, just maybe, you should pay attention.
Look at these crazies! What is this, a fucking intervention? Fuck you, Crabman! You don't tell us what to do! Tell him! Who do you think you are? Some crazy guy under the roof? What is this shit? Adjust your tie.
It doesn't matter who I am, Way. I'm just bringing you the message of the mother's love. She don't want you to hang yourself on your own stubbornness.
His words echo in the cold air of the church.
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
Isn't the Mother of Silence, isn't that like the Elder Scrolls evil goddess? Like, isn't that the Dark Brotherhood's Sithis or something? He sways gently on the beams, waiting for you to take it all in. You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. "'Tis not an act, my liege, saving perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot." You must be the crab man.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
To be fair, it's really more like a spider.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
It's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there? Wait, did you also carve all of those?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
Alright, let's consider the context and meaning here. I see what you've done there. It's as if these figures are trying to become one with the church, or perhaps with the mother herself.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
What were you before you became a crab man and a woodcarver?
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
I lost my memory too, but I like it. It's like I get to create a whole new me, start again from scratch.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Hey, it's one thing to tell me to stop drinking, but I'm not going to join your cult, mate.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
My name's Harrier Dubois, and my place in the world is Lieutenant Double Yefretor.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
Nothing really matters. The church crab man can see. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters. To that guy. What are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
This mother of silence, do you mean her, Dolores?
No. There's a new god in town, and she can be painted or sculpted because she has no limb or even a face. She is the end. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
His adoration is beyond sexual. This cavity is something that no human form has. What will happen once you drink from this perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, at one with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that. Still don't understand what you're doing in the church. Wait, are you sure you didn't just switch one drug for another?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, but to his very own self. Faith is a kind of drug.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
You don't need a hangover to regret what you did last night. The hangover just helps you forget it. There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system. I think love might have been my drug of choice, and I think I'm still hungover from it.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
Let's agree to disagree.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
Still don't understand what you're doing here.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
You just said that!
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
You should sing for me, the superstar cop.
I ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. And the song I sing is silent as the mother.
A silent song sounds like bullshit to me. He lost his cool there for a moment. It seems you hit some nerve. How did you find this church?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me.
Are these yours, scarf, shoes?
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
They look pretty dapper, actually. Gart. Gart is also very, very, very down to earth, Sam. Unless the drug he is on is weaponized cynicism, but hey, you'd know about that. Right, I had other questions. The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows. You've been here for a long time. Did you see a police raid that took place here?
Something like that.
He responds, his voice suddenly flat.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub.
The ones in the tent outside? Right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Do they have reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Though he used to. A long time ago. So what do you think? About the nightclub, that is.
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think. Do you know where the other spooker is? The machine woman?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa.
What?
Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma? There is another person living here and it's a viejita?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Wait, what if it's Ruby?
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
The lieutenant seems to be thinking the same. He takes out his little notebook.
You mean like a fugitive?
He glances at the abandoned radio computer on the other side of the nave, pulsing with light. Then he shakes his head.
No, man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she cared much about authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines.
Well, I'm sure we'll see her sooner or later. Probably sooner.
I see. And where is she now?
The lieutenant seems content with the answer.
I told you, Holmes. I don't know.
How can you not know that when you both live here?
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
So you've got nothing to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who she is?
I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
Have you by any chance heard the Vihita say the password to her radio computer?
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something.
Yep, first-degree murder investigation, actually.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
Well, thank you, Crabman.
I think we're done here, Essay.
The figure crawls off into the darkness above.
That was an interesting conversation.
Yup.
However, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
No, but we're gonna find some interesting shit, Kim, so strap in. Press play again.
Good afternoon. Votre accident on
I think I have the password.
It's good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Can you imagine if you had to talk to a person every time you ever had to enter a password ever? Every time you logged into like a video game, like every time you logged into 14, you had to talk to an attendant and give them your password. Every time you logged into your account for anything at all, even like if you got a password on your computer, when you start your computer every day, you have to have a phone conversation with someone? Oh, God.
Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
No.
Goodbye. Good afternoon.
So play will bring you back to her, but print will now give us a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. Read the printout. The first entry, made on the 4th of February 51 by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used a crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Do you think it might be connected to the case? No.
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
Second entry. 6th Feb. 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, alright. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See, even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? That could prove to be interesting. Wait, narcotics?
I doubt that we can find any. It's just idle fishermen's gossip to scare away the kids.
Buggerballs.
Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned and cold, and in an awful part of town.
Third entry. 7th of February 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Esker series, something advanced. Why would you need an antenna?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
He steps on a wire running on the ground, inspecting it with his boot. Fourth entry. 8th Feb. 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art, drinking, somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labour. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine, too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though. They're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still, I don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right. A data loss?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
Artists, programmers, Lexi, who are all these people?
I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
Fortress accident. 5th entry. 12th Feb. Bought some food from the grocery store. Apparently there's a strike going on at the harbour. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up at the church. Going to start working tomorrow 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th Fev. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow, because it swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
The lieutenant looks to his right, toward the silence. Read the 7th entry. 28th Feb. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
It's actually just a weirdly faced alien, but whenever we look away from it, we forget. What could it be? Look at the water basins behind you. The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. She must be describing a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
9th entry. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her. That was me! I was the one who broke into that radio computer, and the storekeeper must be plaisance.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
Read the 10th entry. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable, noodles, crackers, ping-ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum, also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer. She looks kind of like a black-haired Brady Culture with a deflated afro.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. We thought they might be hiding here.
No one's hiding here.
Someone's hiding here. There's a crab man in the ceiling, for fuck's sake. She looks up from her... barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Have you rebooted the machine?
What is it?
The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
It does not look like a big loss to her. It's interesting that the computer doesn't have a screen. These radio computers, it's all audio-based. Radio waves. There is no visual interface. You have to print out
the text to read it. God, it's so weird. Are you the lead programmer of We're All Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
Yeah, we're back to not standard operating procedure. Rand Millia. She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back. Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
16 years of dev experience! That's 1 year better than 15. Although I suppose the fellow in question would be up to 17 now, wouldn't he? Or 18. You imagine a world where computer operators are orally in tune with their machines. They just hear some kind of Morse code with practice.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
She turns back to the terminal. Have you seen the Crab Man?
Nope.
But you know he's around.
Yes.
He's seen you.
And?
The Crab Man has seen you!
I don't care. I don't care about crabmen.
She barely looks up, now tinkering with the machine's printer. Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one. Have you seen anyone suspicious? A woman named Ruby.
What? No. No one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire, it is true. Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR-1 as my RAIM Prefect's processing unit.
What?
RAIM Prefect. My radio computer.
And the antenna is its processing unit?
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Wank all.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
What's on air?
On the front. The unified front of radio waves. Licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region. It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love. And the AR-1, is it a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling you this. Calmed her nerves. What are you doing with your computer?
I'm working.
Duh! Why are you here? The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core, the light casting her face in a strange shadow. Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever it is she needs to do. And you're not helping. What about those bowls of water over there?
They are connected to my RAIM Prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse, there you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Great.
Alright, try not to touch anything. Next question. Why are you in the church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
I'm a video game protagonist and a cop. That's like maximum questionage. There's a hint of amusement in her tired eyes. The only way to make me more of a questioner would be to make me a video game protagonist, cop, 5-year-old. Please don't make a game with a 5-year-old cop. Please don't make an anything with a 5-year-old cop. I'm sorry for putting that idea out into the world. That was a mistake. They're bloodshot. She hasn't really been getting much sleep lately, has she? I need to make sure you're not hiding anyone here.
No, I'm not. It's just me and the crab man. I'm just doing some research. That's all.
What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
I know a bunch of heads with millimeter holes in them. Just go back to the Revolution.
The world, though, that's a tall order. What? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
A hole in the world. What does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean?
Yeah, it's what I asked you.
Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
There's something frantic about her as she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer. That's a little above your pay grade at the moment. Hold on for a moment. Does that mean we are now living in a world that has holes in it?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
It's a plot hole.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. Looks like some ancient ritual. But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms, ghosts in everyday parlance? Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
What about other supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either.
What not many know is necroplasma exists.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
She gets back to work. A clear signal that this branch of the conversation is quite over. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Somewhere under the roof beams, not that high. There's a creepy crab man crawling across the sky. She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch-black heights above, but without much success. Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark, most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark. Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
Where sound goes to die.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning, her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine. You said the research isn't going well, why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world. For now.
Great. Thanks.
Hey, about that 2mm hole again.
The Swallow, you mean? Great.
Nothing.
Thanks.
How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it. Have you even listened to it? Like, actually listened?
Yeah. Like, all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they?
She pulls a face that looks absolutely scathing.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
I mean, I can see how we solve this problem. I can arrange a situation in which you can have some drugs and listen to the music. Problem solved. How do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Maybe some community space to help the elderly?
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
I already know what they're doing. How do you feel about manufacturing large quantities of drugs?
I see you've talked to them. Good. Drugs are illegal.
Are they?
And I'm not leaving this church. Especially because of some corrupt drug lab idea you've cooked up in that tent.
Wonderful. Now this place is also going to be a drug lab. Always something fascinating happening in tents.
His way to deal with this, at this point, is not to care. Do what you want. Wait, no. You can't say things like that when the lieutenant is present. Say it's a joke. I'm saying nothing.
No, don't mind me. Go on with your little project. I'm sure you can spin it as an undercover op. Many cops do.
Just to be completely clear, I am here to conduct a citizen's investigation into a radio anomaly, and I want nothing to do with the local vices of Martinez. Got it? Thanks.
I feel like I let Kim down with the drug lab. Put the speaker in the pillar of silence. Ooh. I'll let you work in peace now. So, that's the church. We've gotten everything we needed. Whoa. My Twitch chat tab just crashed. Hang on a moment, let me restore that. JSWAT85, you haven't been here since the TOL days. Hell, you haven't been here since 2018. I know you know how to actually type and that you're just trying to confuse me, so I refuse to play along. Well, nobody plays TOL anymore. The game's a fucking mess. Let's let Estelle know we talked to the Crabman first.
Hello again.
I can't. Okay then. They do seem to have potentially compatible sets of skills and abilities, yes.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I looked at the church.
And? What happened?
Oh yeah, he looks excited. The tips of his hair are sharp and white. The bleach has consumed almost all of the toothbrush on the mirror in front of him. I talked to the Crabman.
Oh man! Who is he? What did you think?
He gave me a weird lecture on alcoholism and then rambled on and on about mother's love.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Preaching and praying, from the looks of it.
No matter. Is he going to be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we going to do about him?
He's not going to leave. He'll climb around up there and you'll never catch him.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice friendly hyper time?
You're just going to have to live with the Crabman.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She did not like the Anodic Dance Club idea.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
She won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
I won't evict her. We'll come up with a different solution.
Look at you, Honour Man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
And also the joy of ecstasy, I imagine.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
She absolutely does not. Really, truly despises it. Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment. But then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
Well, perhaps if you dropped the drug lab, you might make it easier to convince her.
Oh, man! But the drug lab was like an integral part of getting the club going.
For me, it was my favourite part. Chemistry's great. Besides, imagine all the drugs we could do if we had our own drug lab. I mean, Nordic music is great and all, but drugs, they make you feel really good. When did you last feel really, really good?
Imagine all the drugs we could do if we had our own... You know, this might be the part that got it banned in Australia for a month. Excitement bubbles up in you. Maybe you should blast some of these drugs right here in this tent.
Never. I've never felt good in my entire life.
But that's exactly what drugs are for. Exactly. Time to expand your mind.
I refuse to throw her out, but perhaps I can try convincing her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
He smiles wide like a replica of his friend with the large head. That's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
I was told that it was, Luna. I wasn't really following it because I already owned the game, so it didn't matter. It was never banned in 2019, which is when I bought it, and it wasn't illegal to update my game, only to sell it to me, which had already been done, so it's not retroactive.
Yes, what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre and he wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
Hold on, you don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
It's not the Anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident. Are you bitter because your radio game failed?
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
There is not a trace of irony in her voice, she means it. Alright. We've got a pretty good chance here with suggestions. Let's just bring it up to 97. Just to get it good. Plus to Psyche, if you'd be so kind. Very high. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out. Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it. She thinks about it, a glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair. Remember when we used to take damage all the time and were always close to dying? Yeah, then we got better.
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
Is this? I've got one.
No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
Oh.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still.
We should try and see if the password can let us read that as well. But we'd have to use the computer in the abandoned building. What is an off-site copy? Why do you need it?
It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
If that exists, why did the project fail? Couldn't you have used that? She points to the glowing cube inside the machine.
The backup itself is destroyed now.
Oh.
But I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Okay. Hold on, if it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
Oh god, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Yeah, but if the whole building burns down... Sounds like it's still technically on-site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored.
What do we think, tech people of my chat? What do we think of storing the backup in the basement of the same building as the front up? That's really bad advice.
We clear?
She stares at you with pleading, furious eyes. Really bad! This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times. Maybe it's because she was fucking wrong! By your old workspace, do you mean the studio of Fortress Accident, the doomed commercial area?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Wait, bookstore lady? You mean Plaisance?
That's her name, I believe.
Actually, I've already been inside there.
Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it.
No, it's not. I've looked in there. Where exactly is it?
In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to miss. You just need to get the offside copy from the ice bear.
Why can't you get it yourself?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Wait, are you part of the curse?
Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore and she won't let me in.
Why does she think you're part of the curse?
Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
That's a bit biased, don't you think?
No. She literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Rain Civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic.
I found a note from the Ice Bear fridge. It said that the off-site copy had been moved to a safer place.
Wait, a note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
It said that the off-site copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Sulislav.
Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Sulisław Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. And feature creep, and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The off-site copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
She crosses her arms defiantly.
And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of the Thousand Heads. You like the sound of that. I found the ice cream maker, but I couldn't get it open. It's completely frozen.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
I mean, you're lucky. We're having this entire conversation without me having left you once. Like, we could be doing a back and forth here. This could be back and forth like 3 fucking times. If you haven't done Doom Commercial Area before you reach her, yeah. There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear. By the way, we put a dead body in that fridge.
Wait, what? Whose dead body?
You know, we don't actually have to tell the entire world about the fridge.
The lieutenant says, looking at you.
Whose body is it?
It's the body of the hanged man.
And what is it doing in the fridge?
Cooling. It's almost as if she feels some sort of ownership of the fridge. I just put it there temporarily. It's part of a police investigation. It's already gone, actually.
You put it there? You put a dead body inside the ice bear fridge.
That's what I said in the first place.
Okay. Very cool. Thanks for keeping me in the loop.
We would appreciate it if you kept this knowledge to yourself, miss.
Considering that my partner certainly fucking can't.
Who would I tell? My mother? I don't have anyone to tell. And if I did, I wouldn't. I don't care.
Okay, I'll go look for the off-site copy.
Thanks.
She thinks for a moment, then reaches behind the radio computer and hands you what looks like an oversized pry bar.
And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the off-site copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Qualsund. The glorious multi-tool makes a regular pry bar completely obsolete!
Yes?
Oh, cool! Cool, we finished our thoughts on the homosexual underground. Yeah, it won't open the unopenable door, but here it is. This is an advanced pry bar, a pry bar plus 2, if you will, built by Qualsund in Vasa. The number of gadgets hidden within the frame of the yellow and grey multi-tool will stagger any technician, and fuck, it's big.
Homosexual underground. Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours? Not only should you stop, you should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
Stopped obsessing about sexuality. The homosexual underground, surprisingly enough, is a completely useless thought.
Yes?
I have big news, Kim. Tell Kim about how you no longer obsess over your sexuality.
Okay.
I have managed to stop obsessing about my sexuality.
Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it right now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just one thing, though.
What?
Are you part of the homosexual underground?
You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people's sexuality now.
Well, yes, but...
But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mind project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
Okay. So anyway, this is a good thought to forget, because it does fucking nothing. If we wanna do the precarious world, we could do homosexual underground, but I don't want those red check fail things. Anyway. So, get the ice cream maker open, and also find a tape with a melody for Egghead. That's our other thing we need to do. Though I think I will stop soonish. This is taking longer than I thought it would, which is good, because, you know, it's a really good section. But I don't think I will wrap the entire church stuff up in the next 50 minutes, so I think I'd rather, we'll do our errands here on the other side of Martinez and grab the stuff, but, we'll save the rest of the church stuff, so to speak, for next time. So I'll probably just do another 10, 15, depending on how long this takes. But yeah, we got the pry bar now, the multi-tool. The pry bar plus 2, the ultimate bar of prying.
crack open the lid. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kvalsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep. A filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream maker. What? No ice cream?
A scoop of ice cream would have been nice, yes.
The lieutenant agrees. Someone's stomach grumbles, and the room feels very cold. Take the filament memory. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilde as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
If it was anything else, I wouldn't want to eat something I found in an old abandoned... But I guess ice cream, like if it's still plugged in, ice cream kind of lasts a good long bloody while if it's frozen, hey? Still, I don't know. In a place like this. Aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There is a radio computer upstairs. Yeah, we're gonna go examine both of them now because we have the password. We're gonna examine the original one that we found, the production schedule, and also the off-site copy. We'll do that, and then we'll grab the tape for Egghead. Though I don't know that we'll go much further than that. Maybe we'll report back to Suna, but... Alright, flashlight instead of the big multi-tool. Here it is. Insert the production schedule, press play.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. It's good.
Afterlife death.
Please good. I've unlocked the production schedule.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
He seems almost disappointed to discover this.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Print. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface. Read the printout. It is a project report written by the lead producer Andrew Andy Schott about Wirral Untethered, a radio game developed by the studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule. Read about the workforce. Who worked there? How long? Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhuman rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists? Yeah, why did a radio game need so many artists? It didn't. It didn't need so many concept artists? No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come handy, though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skipped work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules. One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good. Read about capital, and pray to God this doesn't give me an ultra-liberal point. I want to know about money. It didn't. In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 real, but then came the delays. Eventually the damage reached 400,000 real, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 real? Jamais you! These guys knew how to party! Gosh, where did they get all this money? Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Iguanian investor. Skim through the schedule. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy. Because of the concept artists? No, not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't. I could have bridged the gap. No, you couldn't have. What do you mean? I totally could have. Definitely not. Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads. That sounds bad. No, it was good. Too good. At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Zimsk-born Sulislav Zaviska, decided that what Wirel Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. They would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor. Well, this is some insane shit. Who were these people? The world had never seen their kind before and might never again. How many heads were there? So many. At last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined. God, this is almost as silly as their backup discipline. How many combinations could you make out of that? Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while. Yeah, how bad could it be? I'm not reading that aloud. I could try. Two 752 fuck. Oh my god, the narrator! Hang on. Ah. Keep going. How much would you guys pay me to read out each one of these numbers and Wanderer, yeah, the wanderer. I roam around. So, we're playing Disco Elysium. If you don't know what it is, you'd surprise me because you're the folks who would play this kind of thing. Check it out. It's the best game of the decade.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently.
Oh god, get rid of the narrator now.
His arms folded tight against his chest.
We don't need you. He's dying for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are too. And numbers. This can't actually... Is this actually the number of 10,000... Well, I suppose it would be. Hey, it's quite a lot. But it's got to be bullshit at this point. Keep going. What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop? Just let the numbers wash over you. Ooh! And that's it. Okay, so that's what did them in? Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. The what now? On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark.
where tables and numbers seemed to vanish into an eerie nothingness before their iguanigan investor pulled the plug. It's basically iguana, but with a J right at the end, and I don't know how to make that sound. What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day. And the anomaly caused all of the data to get lost in the air? When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss. What, they lost the whole game and they wouldn't even pay for it? Always read the terms of service. And let's face it, they didn't have any money left for a legal action. Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup? Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site! An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached. What does it say? S. Lucanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement, in the ice bear fridge near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. It's not very convincing, is it? Her former colleagues would agree with you. Is there anything else from this lead programmer? Production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. Mew, hello, what do you think about storing your all-important corporation, like, millions of dollars backup in the same building as all of the shit that you're working with? Read the notes at the end. 4 months later by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it has gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't gotten an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actual existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Let's try the other one. This one should be busted.
Good afternoon.
If we're even allowed in. I might have...
the offsite copy?
Yeah, I might have a password for this.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
No, that's not it.
Fuck. What does she mean that's not it? What's the password then? Maybe it's the second part of the leitmotif you saw on the stained glass window. After death, life again.
Good. I've unlocked the offsite copy. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Thank you, conceptualization. Ka-ching!
Fortress, thank you.
Also, thank you, predictable and very, 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 very lax on their security programmers. Press print. It sounds like something cracks before the piece of paper starts filling up with pure black ink. The paper is soaked with ink. It's monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It is not possible to make out any information. What happened? It's covered in ink.
Odd. Something is obviously broken here.
Well, this is the data loss. We can examine it again. If I could have my motorics buffed by you lovely people in the chat, please do not sabotage me here, then perhaps we'll have a solid chance of this red check. %. Examine the printout again. A single speck of white shines out from the shade. For some reason, the printer decided to spare this one tiny dot of paper. Marked by the devil itself. Looks like gibberish. Better get running again. Tear off the printout. A little speck of white. Curious. So, the last thing we need to do on this side of Martinez is find something for the good of music. We must make the beats hardcore. And I know where to go, but they did suggest talking to C. Lang, so maybe he has something to say. It's a red herring, though. I know where we're supposed to go. It actually hinted it at us because we had the right skills. We need to look at a tree.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Quick question, do you sell any tapes?
Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses. If you want to get your mojo going.
He points at the shoddy box on the left. Alright, so you got no idea whatsoever where I could find tapes.
Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
Uh-huh. To the west, dark brown ribbons of tape hang from the tree, flowing in the wind. Here's the tree! The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Guilain. Bronze-covered ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Just like promised, you stood here for what seemed like aeons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages. Piss off, nature! Punch the tree. Good, Hawthorne. Pat the tree. Alright, chat vote. Do we punch the tree or do we pat the tree? How do we feel about the tree? Do we treat the tree with kindness or with violence? 100% piss off nature. Oh, 50-50 now. Let me guess. Guanbush voted for 2. Mew voted for 1? Or someone else did? I'll pat the tree. I'll be nice. Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, underneath a slogan, Mankind be vigilant. You tree-hugging pansy! Can do both. The hawthorn tree is disappointed by your betrayal and psychopathic tendencies. Also, your fist hurts a little. A little? It's awful! The pain surges through your knuckles and then lingers there, slowly pulsating, reminding you of your mistake.
Smooth move, operator. We done here?
I did both because it was 50%. What happens if you pat it again now? It still works. Disentangle the tape. Weirdly enough, we get a buff for the dice set that we made, and for the karaoke superstar, and also because of the multi-tool. All right, well let's just do it. Disentangle the tape. With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it so you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for?
The lieutenant looks at the mess in your hands. He asks that only after you've sufficiently cleaned up the branches. It's for Egghead. I promised to make his Van Eyck jam hit a bit harder. Perhaps this tape can help.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I think at least one of the ravers would know how to fix a broken tape if they want to set up a nightclub.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
I have done nothing but waste your time since we met, Kim. By this point, you should be resigned to it. Anyway. Repair the tape. So, yeah, we'll repair the tape and then we'll head back to the church and then I'll finish. We will cliffhanger it because we'll continue the church storyline next week and then move our way into the rest of the game. Might not finish next week, actually. This took way longer than I thought. But that's good. I mean, you know. Better that than only having a tiny sliver of game left for next time. Ooh, what's this? Rack of second-hand uniforms. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. The print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Helmdall burning! Sniff the t-shirt. Smells like worn cotton. A little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay. But please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
Of course, I wouldn't want to emit any photons illegally. You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about? That's a Rad Man from Helmdall t-shirt you got there.
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar.
You must be a serious Man from Helmdall fan.
A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. But I do think the Helmdallaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality.
Mm-hmm.
Most people don't think that the man from Helmdall really existed, but they're wrong.
What did you mean, the man from Helmdall was real?
I mean, even if the man from Helmdall didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Right.
Okay.
So, Goku exists because people believe in him, and Harry exists as well? You exist?
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Helmdall, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say. Stop talking about this nerd stuff. It'll make you weedy. Buy the damn shirt already. It's powerful. How much for the shirt?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Could you just give it to me for free, then?
But why?
The man from Helmdall is a superstar. I'm a superstar. It would be perfect.
I suppose that makes sense, yes. Please go ahead and take it. Welcome to Helmdall.
Nice! Free shirt. Can I have this lamp for free? No.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Can you fix this?
You mean re-spool? Yeah, I do, but...
Great, could you do it, please? This is important. I need to be able to play this tape for someone.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand. Wait, but you tinker with film tapes all the time. Isn't that the same?
No, it's different. Those film tapes actually mean something to me. But this is just a worthless bundle of old tape.
It's not worthless, Roy. This could be the next big thing for the local dance music scene.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do you know that old church down the coast?
Yes. What about it?
I met some young ravers near the place. They want to turn the church into a nightclub/drug lab and play some weird neo-disco beats there. They called it anodic dance music, and I promised to help them with that.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
No, that's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's nothing to it. There's no bass. It just goes bazoot, bazoot, bazoot. But this tape could make it hardcore.
Man, you're really invested in this.
Damn fucking straight I am. He looks at the bundle of tape in front of him, shimmers under the shop's dazzling light show.
Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
Relax, don't do it. When you want to build a drug lab, relax, don't do it. Build it in a church. You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs. Wait, this took more than just a few moments. That was 15 minutes.
Yeah, It was. Respooling isn't that difficult, although I had to mend the tape in a few places. Anyhow, it's yours now.
Well, thanks for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
Okay. We have our reel of magnetic tape. It's pretty fragile and in an odd format which doesn't fit into any portable tape players. What that means is you can't play it like you can the door gunner shit. Nevertheless, Egghead will be stoked. Man from Helmdale, plus physical instrument, plus shivers, -2 authority. I'm too old for this shirt. The man from Helmdale is standing in front of a burning village, dual-wielding his ever-present Zweihanders. His muscles look ready to burst out of the two-dimensional print and into your three-dimensional life. Also, his crotch area is weird. Where's the bulge? Maybe the man from Helmdale is a Ken doll. Well, we've got the tape. Let's get rid of this flashlight, by the way. I'll keep carrying the Kvalsund around. Makes me feel powerful. But that's about it. I'm gonna head back to where I can fast travel to the church so that I can save and quit there rather than in the middle of nowhere. So, but looking at the time, it's not even really early anymore. Like, it is 20 minutes early, but 20 minutes is really imprecise in this game. Like, I don't want to do 20 minutes worth because it's not going to be enough to see all the cool stuff here. So please join me. Oh, what's this? The same address the lead programmer of Fortress Accident was looking for. Yeah, I know that. We've met her. But we will save here. And we will call that our Disco Elysium stream for this week. Next week, I don't know that we'll finish. I don't know that I can get all that done in 6 hours. I don't feel like I can actually. So it might be 2 more weeks of this. I might deliberately do next week as a shorter one because of Vampire, but we'll see how it all shakes out time-wise. Thank you, friends. I'll be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy XIV, right on schedule. We will be doing Shadowbringers MSQ and side quests and all whatever pops in. Maybe role quests if I get everything to level 74, but we'll see. Till tomorrow, fare thee well.